La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región. Es tiempo de mirar hacia adelante, de reimaginar el presente y futuro. Es hora de explorar, debatir y sorprenderse. La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región.
Muy buenos días desde aquí.
Good morning from the Cultural Center at the IDB. I would like to warmly welcome you to the digital campus of our IDB Academy. We are now at day 4 of Knowledge Week, and the sharing of all the talent, research, and professional work within the IDB and its commitment with improving lives in the region. And today we're going to devote day 4 of Knowledge Week to various catalysts in the private sector. We're going to be discussing what is being done in the public sector in order to drive innovations in entrepreneurship in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am Veronica Ruiz del Viso. I have been with you throughout the week. I'm Venezuelan. I live in Miami, and I am passionate about digital strategies, modern innovations, working here with the team of specialists in digital communication. The IDB has invited me to join you throughout this week as Master of Ceremonies and moderator, where we are devoted to bringing you all of these innovations. Throughout today, we're going to have simultaneous interpretation services in English, Spanish, Portuguese.
For English or Portuguese. Para iniciar el día de hoy, escucharemos las palabras.
To begin, we're going to hear the words of James Scriven, who is General Manager at the IDB Invest. Welcome, James. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be able to join you during day 4 of Knowledge Week, and we hope that these have been days filled with inspiration and learning for all. I'm sure that during this panel that we're about to start, I think this is going to be a good evidence of this. The adoption of digital technologies play a crucial role in driving the transformation of the economic sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is in particular of particular importance for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, because the adoption of technologies empowers to the maximum the contribution to the private sector in the recovery process. Therefore, as we're guided by Vision 2025, the objective of the IDB Group is to identify opportunities and public-private cooperation in strengthening innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem. What are the ingredients necessary for this to take place? Well, there need to be at least 3 conditions in place. We need to drive digital transformation at the entrepreneurial level. We need to support the creation of technological entrepreneur ecosystems of high potential, in particular the fintechs. We also need to improve the access to funding for the MSMEs. So driving the transformation of the MSMEs is one of the key challenges in the region. And as a result of the pandemic, the digital transformation pace has accelerated. Therefore, technologies such as digital platforms and e-commerce have become a real safeguard in addressing the disruptions posed by COVID-19. And we've also seen a transformation in consumption patterns, allowing to address the crisis with greater resiliency. And in some cases, we've seen growth generated and access to new markets, as well as a transformation of business models. However, the pandemic has also highlighted and exposed obstacles that are confronted by many companies, especially smaller businesses. The adoption of digital technologies are very concerning that they are low. The lack of infrastructure and digital skills has prevented the MSMEs to benefit from the most basic applications. The broadband infrastructure throughout the Internet for All project by IDB Invest is closing that digital gap for 8 million Peruvians in remote areas. The objective is to achieve an extension of 100 million in other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. There's a long way to go. In fact, less than half of Latin American businesses and the Caribbean have a website, compared to 78% of businesses in the OECD countries. Now, despite that, we need to the lack of information technology and providers available, and the ignorance and unfamiliarity with the most adequate options for businesses and weak capacities are going to be needed to address successful digital transformation. That's why programs in digitalization and training. These are some of the key support pillars that the IDB is focusing on in its efforts. These programs are focused on showing how digital technologies can contribute to business models and to make them more competitive and drive and create greater potential for growth. One of the best poised sectors is for this transformation are the fintech businesses. The region has approximately 50 unicorns that have been consolidated in Latin America for investments. In the IDB publication and IDB publication, FinTech in Latin American Caribbean, an ecosystem consolidated for cooperation and recovery. We went from 1,200 platforms to almost 2,500 in less than 3 years, where Mexico and Brazil are the two largest fintech markets in the region. It is an ever-growing ecosystem that, despite the crisis, has taken on a momentum and generated solutions that for a region that needs financial inclusion. FinTech has the capacity to offer financial services that reach out to vulnerable and neglected communities. In this manner, we can support these efforts by including this in the formal financial sector. In addition, the most intensive, technology-intensive entrepreneurial structure can improve conditions for increasing technology bases for businesses. So working with scientific technological innovations, this is also going to expand the offer of the supply of digital solutions. We'll be able to configure ecosystems that are capable of improving performance and productivity for these businesses. And last but not least, to increase innovation and public-private cooperation, we need to improve the support to the MSMEs. In the region, only 47% of MSMEs use the lines of credit, and 26% of the assets, fixed assets, are purchased with these, and 18% have identified a lack of access to credit, which is a major obstacle in its operation, as compared to 9% of the OECD countries. Digitalization in the financial sector can lead to improvements in efficiency, improvements in financial inclusion that need to be a core of this. In Guatemala, IDB Invest supported BAC Credomac to launch a digital transformation with its SME clients. Also, the mobile money accounts can reduce service costs, especially in the remote areas without bank branches. Also, the system of international payments that reduce remittance costs in Central America and the Caribbean, where it's one of the major sources of income. Also, digital transformation of businesses can be implemented, and to this, the digitalization support, as well as financial inclusion and increase in financing, are fundamental components in order to continue moving forward in the sustainable growth of our region that we are expecting and we deserve. Thank you very much for those introductory words. And for those who are getting into business, it's important to understand some of the initiatives in your national economies as well as in the global economy, working with entrepreneurial laboratories and external support and organizations like the IDB and through IDB Invest. It is crucial when our projects are just taking their first steps. So many of you are already connected with us, and please remember that you can share through the IDB account and through our Twitter accounts. You can share your reflections, thoughts, and also you can go into our chat and YouTube, Face, and LinkedIn. You can go into the IDB Academy. And now we have a discussion and some words of introduction by Benigno López, a Vice President for sectors at the IDB, and also the Director of Martín Belloc, Chief Marketing Officer of Aula, who will serve, I believe this will serve as an inspiration for all of us who are connected. So I'd like to thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking time from your agenda to listen to these presentations. Martín Belloc. And Benigno López. Good morning. I am Benigno López. I'm Vice President for Sectors at the IDB Group. I'd like to introduce Martín Belloc, CMO of Aula, a fintech founded in Argentina. Aula is an example of the development of innovative services in the financial sector that we have seen in recent times in the region that have also contributed to fostering financial inclusion. Since 2017, Martín is Chief Marketing Officer of Aula. Previously, he held several other positions in business, working with American Express and Deloitte, a very inspiring background. So we're going to listen today to Martín. Welcome, Martín, to this week, to Knowledge Week. Well, thank you for inviting me. Just to give you a context, a fintech business is a business that implements technology innovations in order to improve, automate the support of financial services, and includes payments, also loans, insurance, among other services. Fintech in Latin America and the Caribbean, a consolidated ecosystem for recovery. We've seen how within the region, we went from 1,166 platforms to 2,482 in less than 3 years, equivalent to 22.6% of the global fintechs in the region. Brazil is in the lead with a number of fintechs, followed by Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile. In terms of segments, the most significant ones include payments, remittances, digital loans, and technology platforms for financial institutions. Voila has appeared in our study as one of the examples of fintech platforms that stands out. So as we start off, I'd like to ask you, Martín, about the value proposal of Uvala, as well as financial services. How does it operate? What is the value added of its services for the consumer? Well, thank you very much, Benigno. I'd like to thank the IDB for kindly inviting me to participate in this discussion forum. Well, first of all, to begin, Voila is a fintech in Argentina, launched in October 2017. We're now an international fintech. We have operations in Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, where and our mission focuses on providing financial services in Latin America in the 21st century. So we focus on providing services in these countries. We provide a complete array of financial services, a complete ecosystem of payments, and also collections. We have our users can work through Android, where they it's a very easy 5-minute registration process, and in 24 hours they can receive approval, and they have an account in Voila. This Voila account enables them to enter into a world filled with financial solutions. People now have an account in fintech. They have a virtual card that allows them to purchase goods in any website around the world. They can also recharge their cell phones. They can invest in investment funds. They can buy foreign currency. They can invest in stocks. They can also consume other products, and they can also sell goods. And services. These are small entrepreneurs. So within a week after approval of the account, they will receive an actual card and delivered to their homes, regardless of where they live. It's free of charge, and this card can be used to make purchases anywhere around the world. So the users have in their hands and in their cell phones a complete ecosystem of financial services, where they can also have a record of all of their purchases and maintain accounts of all their financial transactions. Many of our users have their first immersion in the financial world through Voila. In Argentina, anyone over the age of 13 with identification can be a Voila user and consumer. They can begin to also create their credit history. In 2020, we had our first international expansion of operations with launching of operations in Mexico. This year, we're going to launch operations in Colombia in order to continue to expand the scope of financial inclusion in Latin America. Currently, we have more than 4 million cards issued in Latin America. and we have high expectations for growth over the next few years, because there's still a lot to be done in terms of financial inclusion and improvements in financial technology innovations. Thank you, Martin. A very interesting introduction discussing what you have been able to achieve with Voila. But it's been 4 years since you started. And how do you view the development, the continuous development? Have you seen a change in strategy? What are some of the results gleaned? What were some of the key factors that were really needed for improving competitiveness in this fascinating journey that you have embarked on over the last 4 years? Well, I've been fortunate enough to have experienced firsthand this development process. I joined Voila in 2017, about 1 month before it was officially launched. And the original idea behind Voila, as considered by the founder, Mr. Barbieri, who is Argentina. He studied economics at Harvard, and he had a fellowship to study there. And in a trip to Argentina, it was seen that how the elder citizens had to be waiting in endless lines at the bank. And this is something he just wasn't used to seeing in the United States, where he was studying. So these were the starting, the origins of this. And so he decided that it was needed to provide better financial services to the community, to the citizens of that country. So in 2015, he gathered many people into his team, including myself. And finally, we launched this initiative in October 2017, and we experienced just an exponential growth. And in 2017, the term fintech was not commonly used. There weren't that many applications or wallets. So we were the precursors to the market, and we were highly successful because of the enormous amount of need in having these applications and payments and purchases. So since its origins over time, throughout the months, we were also seeing the need to expand operations, expanding into other markets, much larger markets, such as Mexico, with 130 million inhabitants. So it's been a truly incredible expansion. And we have seen how there's been an enormous spread and evolution of our clientele base as well. Very interesting. And I'm sure this led to creating business and strategic partnerships. Could you discuss some of these events? Maybe you could discuss a little bit about the expansion and the growth. Well, it's always said that if you want to move fast, you need to walk alone. But if you want to go far, then you need to have others joining you. And that's an example that I think applies to Voila. We have seen many businesses that have joined us and supported us in this growth and expansion. We had, for example, Marta, who has been with us from the very beginning in providing MasterCard, that was fundamental in being able to expand in providing 4 million credit cards in Latin America. And then we also have the Amazon Web Services. These have been fundamental for a financial technology startup like Voila to be able to have this cutting edge technology and provide services of the first order. And also Google, that helped us expand our penetration in gaining new users. Advertising was very crucial so that we could expand and spread the word about our product, to let them test it and not just have a small cluster of users. Also, we also had businesses, other businesses that joined our ecosystem that has really reinforced and expand financial services for various markets. So the fact is that when these businesses joined us, there were many, not just businesses, but also we had our investors. We had many international investors like SoftBank, Goldman Sachs, and many other investors specializing in financial technology that were key investors in supporting our growth. Well, that's just spectacular, Martin. According to surveys, about 1/3 of these are from outside of your country of origin. So, as you indicated, what are some of the obstacles that you found in Argentina, as well as in other countries, where you're hoping to set up businesses? What business models were developed in order to address these challenges? And what would you recommend to other entrepreneurs to continue to, well, to follow in your footsteps so that they can access very competitive markets? Well, I think that the key obstacles, they can be obstacles and opportunities, and that's the penetration of financial services in Latin America. Although they've grown significantly, and according to global fintech reports from the World Bank, where we've seen that from 2017 to 2021, we've seen significant growth and penetration of financial services in Latin America. We went from about half of people with accounts in institutional financial institutions, and just increase it exponentially to over 75%. And fintechs have been a key actor in this process. But if we go back to 2017, we'll start looking at some of the obstacles at that time. And that's not so far back in time, but things have changed significantly. So the penetration of financial services at that time, the levels were very low, with huge potential for growth. And that also had repercussions it really reflected in the knowledge and education in terms of awareness of financial services. I think that's where changes took place, major changes. People at that time were used to just doing all their banking in local branches, bank branches. They had never tested or tried any applications, technology applications. They might have been used to sending messages, emails, and listening to music, but they still were not, this hadn't reached the financial services market. So we focused on breaking those barriers, and also the mistrust that sometimes exists in the financial sector regarding, by the customers, because of commissions and other predatory rates and interests. So we made a major effort in trying to develop some of these niches, not only for the fintechs. We tried to provide information about explaining what fintech is and making the public more aware of this. And as a result, we were able to develop, for example, our own financial education blog. We also created a platform known as Aula Classroom, providing a primer for the customers who can take even a course and get a certificate of personal financing, so that we could promote greater awareness and knowledge in terms of financial applications. I think that was the main obstacle. Then I think this has improved quite a bit since then, but we still see that present in Latin America. That is an obstacle to increasing penetration for financial services that are key in developing and spurring on economic growth.
That is very impressive. According to our studies, one of the elements that has grown the most is digital banking, which grew 57% in the last 3 years, followed by technology services for financial companies. And the pandemic was definitely a catalyst for fintech users, which has translated into increased interest from the investment and income community in this sector. To give you an idea, the new number of fintech platforms in the region grew by 35% between 2020 and 2021. The growth of digital technologies for the financial sector is obvious. It has allowed us to fight corruption, terrorism, and prevent money laundering, emphasizing a deeper understanding on the part of the customer. Aula is working in 2 of the four fastest growing sectors of fintech platforms in the region and has recently reached 50 million customers. This is definitely one of the business drivers for Voila customer service. So this is 7 times the population of Paraguay, my country. Now, how are you dealing with the competitiveness vis-a-vis traditional banking? Well, if we look at growth opportunities in Latin America, there are many financial services yet to be improved to support the population. I think that one of the competitive advantages of Voila is the speed on one hand, and also putting technology at the service of the client second. Now, in 2017, when we launched this operation, we launched a basic product with an application for the card, and then gradually we added more functionality to our system. Voila evolved, it changed, it improved to measure up to our clients' expectations. We added solutions having to do with investments, loans, payment, user experience to our platform. And in that connection, I think that we are characterized by our speed. We are a company that has been in existence for less than 5 years, and we have already launched operations in Mexico and in Colombia. That is something that is ambitious, and other institutions have been on the market for several years, 10 years. And here, using technology is key. Our focus is to be able to provide our users a financial solution that is something that fits in the palm of their hand using their cell phone. And we think that that has a positive effect on the whole system. Hopefully, other fintechs will raise the bar for the financial system by offering solutions to users that other players can offer later too, because they're demanded by clients. For example, being able to open an account with a fintech right from your phone within 24 hours, being able to set up an account without it mattering if you live in a small town or in a major city. Thank you, Martin, for your answer. Yes, we are seeing that the world is changing constantly, and fintechs are going to be drivers of change, deep-rooted change, with better service for our clients, working with fintechs and traditional banks. Now, what would the customer profile be for Voila? How do you work to serve vulnerable groups? Minorities such as women, the elderly, people with incomes in the first quartiles of income. How do you think financial services through Voila has improved the lives of these people? Well, we always thought that Voila was a product to serve everyone. It doesn't matter what age the person is, the gender, where the person lives. Anyone in any part of Argentina, Mexico, or Colombia have to be able to access our services, and that is our guiding light. Now, of course, since we are an application, many of our users are between the ages of 20 and 40, but we have a lot of users that are minors, and they're just beginning their journey. And in the case of Voila, anyone over the age of 13 can have a Voila account. Of course, they require authorization from their parents or from their guardian. And also, older people, just as they use messaging services or they use WhatsApp or they listen to music on their phone, they too want to manage their personal finances using Voila. Right now, we have users in Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, in each and every part of that country, and our market is growing. Also, the gender distribution is very even, and we design products to serve everyone. So the impact of Voila, in the case of Argentina, through Voila, millions of pesos have been digitalized. In many cases, this is just the beginning to digitalize cash and to support payment systems, investments, loans, and that is a guide for us to continue to grow in Latin America. Thank you. Another important area where I think you've made a major difference is in small and medium-sized enterprises in the region, which represent 99% of all the companies, and they account for the majority of jobs. However, one of the problems we find is often a lack of access to credit. So there is a gap of 35% of the regional GDP. With the acquisition of Entretienda, these companies are beginning to reach greater strength. How does this sector use Voila products, and how can they use these services to become creditworthy? Thank you. Well, our acquisition of Entretienda is part of our mission to bring financial services in Latin America into the 21st century. So we don't focus only on physical persons, individuals, but we also look at small scale entrepreneurs. We launched Voila Bis, which is our solution for the business community. So just as they manage their personal finances, they can handle their business finances, and they can also do that over the phone without having to have a physical presence, or otherwise they can use it to receive payments, and also an integration with e-commerce and websites. Here we acquired Entretienda. It's a platform, and it promotes e-commerce and online sales of many entrepreneurs in Latin America. And in that connection, too, as you very rightly said, there is a great deal of potential in terms of lending. Companies like Voila are important to set up a credit history. What happens in Latin America right now is that many SMEs need to be able to borrow, but they don't have the necessary credit history to support a line of credit. In companies like Voila, both persons and business people can trade, they can create a credit history, and then later on, it's easier for them to receive a loan. In that connection, we have had and we continue to have a lot of success with a line that we launched for business people in Argentina, so that a lot of SMEs can tap into a line of credit and do that without much red tape and without having to go in person to a branch. And that way they can receive a credit in just a few minutes. And that, of course, fuels their business. Now, what you're describing is something that has to be done in the region. We need to try to strengthen SMEs, MSMEs, providing them with more loans and a way to build up a credit history. Now, in the information, we have 34% of companies that have been victims of malicious attacks, and a cyber attack has to do with the trust on the part of consumers. And so that can affect the success of a business across time. Now, how is Voila reducing the complexity and the bureaucracy to assure transparency and security to the users? Well, a lot is said about this, but putting the customer in the center of the picture is important. Why does a person have to go to a bank branch to open an account? So right from the outset, we tried to put technology at the service of the client so that from an armchair, just as they can pay a bill or send a message, they can open an account with Voila. Also, they can solve any problem by chatting over the phone. So digital content is important. For example, we focus a lot on our YouTube channel, where we put at the service of our users tutorials, information, explanatory videos on our products. Also, I told you about our financial literacy program called Aula Aula, Aula classroom to improve the value proposition for our clients. Thank you. And I think that one of the objectives is definitely to attract good human capital, right? Investing in good professionals is important for a fintech platform to go from being a startup to raising more than 500 million in financing, as is the case of Voila. For the development of fintech ecosystem in the region, it is important to be able to develop mainstreamed skills. Through your career, have you experienced barriers or challenges in terms of human talent? And what have you done to tackle those challenges? What is the profile of Voilà's employees in the region? I'm sorry. Well, yes, I agree 100%. Human capital, the people working for Voilà is definitely part of our competitive advantage. In 2017, when the business was founded, there were 20 of us, and we were only in Argentina. And now we have 1,600 people working in different countries of Latin America. So the growth has been exponential in terms of the number of employees. And all of this is necessary so as to be able to provide service to 4 million clients. So it is a challenge for a lot of companies. Everyone in business needs a technology profile. There's a lot of competition in terms of those technological resources so as to measure up to the expectations of people to develop technological products. But now we have more than 600 people working in our technology developments, and we focus a lot on the experience of the people working for Voila. We have entrepreneurial profiles. Those are people that want to do, that want to execute, and also our working culture is one of collaboration, where everyone works together to transform financial services in Latin America. And we're fortunate in that we have very diverse profiles in terms of experience. Since we are a fintech, a lot of people come from the financial community, others from the technology sector, others have worked in the private or in the public sector, and in different industries too. That could be, for example, mass consumption, energy, technology, and all of that means that we have great diversity in our team. We have many diverse profiles, and these are people that are there to do and to create. Thank you. I'm being told that we are coming to the end of our session, but we have time for a couple of questions more. So I'm going to try to squeeze in these questions that are important for the people that are connected with us today. And it has to do with Voilà's experience. First of all, I would like to know, Voilà, does it have a regulator? Is there oversight? Is there a system of approval? And Voilà, how did it become part of the financial services community? I think that that is something important that needs to be explored. Now, you talked about 50 million clients, and not all traditional banks have 50 million clients. So what is the relationship of Voilà with traditional banks? Do you see them as collaborators or competitors? And the other question is, what is Voilà's system like in terms of regulations? What can you tell us about protecting the client, also preventing financing of terrorism, money laundering? What is the protection against these activities that exist in that same market? Yes, definitely. In Argentina, Voilà, when it was launched in 2017, we turned into a provider of payment services, an SSP regulated by the government of Argentina. Every country in Latin America has a regulator, a different regulator. And in our case, we always had an excellent relationship with our regulators. They are a key agent to encourage innovation and to develop financial services in Latin America. In the case of Argentina, promoting regulations, things like interoperability for transfers between banks and fintechs, also interoperability for QRs. So the truth is they have had a key role in the development of the fintech ecosystem. And it's not so much fintech, it is finance of better quality, easier to access for the public. In the case of Argentina, we also added to our ecosystem Willow Bank. That is the first digital bank that was launched here in Argentina with the aim of providing more financial services to the population. Also, we have a settlement and compensation unit that is supported by the National Security Agency. So the regulatory agency has been and will continue to be key in promoting more and better financial services in Latin America. Well, thank you, Martin. Thank you very much for your time. The truth is, this conversation has been very enlightening. I hope that everyone has learned as much as I have. Interesting to hear how an innovative idea is developed in fintech. And this is an instrument of change moving forward. I think that the changes in fintech will go even further, and they will always benefit the client, which is, as you say, right in the center of all of our concerns. So I wish you and Voila every success in the future. And I want to thank everyone who was with us for this event today. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Martin. How wonderful to hear from Voila today. Today, we have a lot of people with us that are involved with the public and the private sectors, and I'm sure that they took a lot away from what Martin was saying. Thank you for everything that you said about the different stakeholders that need to be taken into account when these endeavors are implemented. Remember that you can get your digital credential for this part of today's session. On the screen, you can see our QR code for this event. It will provide you access to the page so you can download your credential. As of now, you should be seeing on the screen the QR code for today. I'll give you a couple of minutes so you can see it. There it is. And now you can scan with your cell phone, or you can click on the links that you're going to see on Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, and that way you will be able to get your credential for today. It will certify those who have attended the sessions of the BIDAcademy this week. So you can add this to your curriculum on LinkedIn or on any other credential. Now, as of now, you can share on social media, and during the day, you will be able to download different credentials. Also, those of you who have been with us all week, you should know that there are different colors of banners. Yesterday, we had baby blue. Today, the color is orange. And to certify, that is the way of certifying participation in this event. So we're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back to talk about the production sector in the region. And that is something I will be moderating, and I will be talking to people from the IDB and outside guests. So I will see you back at 12.
tardes y bienvenidos
Good
de vuelta.
afternoon and welcome back to our BIDAcademy Knowledge Week. Good afternoon, good evening. It depends on where you are. We're very excited to be here from Washington, D.C., because we know that this panel was one of the most expected ones in terms of bringing together the public and the private sectors, and above all, entrepreneurship in the region. We are now in the auditorium. As you know, we have the morning that begins in the stadium, then we move to the auditorium, and this is how we get to our career fair. We're about to get this going. It is a panel where we will be talking about the revolutionized sector in Latin America and the Caribbean and how we can eliminate barriers in innovation processes. This is a productive sector that is being revolutionized. And as a Latin American entrepreneur, I'm very pleased to be able to moderate this panel with experts from the public and private sectors and to bring together the private sector together with the public sector in order to support and catalyze efforts of entrepreneurs. We will be talking about several topics, including fintech regulations, capacity building for the development of SMEs, and the factors that limit the business development. We have today Kayla Grant, a specialist in the competitiveness, technology, and innovation sector of the IDB. We also have with us Enrique Iglesias, specialist of the Commission for Financial Market at the IDB. Andrea Oconitrillo, and I will enunciate this slowly because it is a challenge for me as a moderator to pronounce this correctly. Andrea Oconitrillo Rojas of the Innovation Hub in Costa Rica, Pura Vida, as I say in Costa Rica, and Hugo Cantis, who's with us as the Director of the Entrepreneurial Development Program of the General Sarmiento University, together with Diego Richard, Executive Director of the consulting firm Upskill. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. It's been really exciting to go through this BID Knowledge Week, but I love being able to share with you, particularly because entrepreneurs have been really expecting this moment this week. We talk a lot about the benefit of digital transformation of companies to improve efficiency, productivity, competitiveness, and innovation. These ideas are not new, as you know, but they do gain a lot of weight as a result of the pandemic, having an increase in technology penetration in several countries, which accelerated after these COVID circumstances that affected us, when we had to quickly digitize our economies and our ways of socializing, even in countries that were somewhat lagging behind when compared to other countries in the region. In spite of this, data shows that the levels of adoption of digital technologies in businesses are still low in some countries, particularly in smaller companies. Let us talk a little more about this and delve into this. But to begin inspiring our entrepreneurs today, in one phrase or in a very brief way, I would like you to summarize how you feel that we find that entrepreneurship ecosystem, digitalization, and creation of new solutions in the financial sector in order to bring together entrepreneurship and the public sector. Who wants to go first? Andrea? Good afternoon, everyone. I believe that on digital transformation, we're going through a stage of warming up, I would say. We are getting ready to this, expanding our knowledge in order to begin playing in this sense. What do you think? We are now with entrepreneurship. It seems that Kayla has a delay with the connection. Let's go to Hugo. You're muted, Hugo. Yes, how's everybody doing today? I believe that as regards entrepreneurship, if we see the region as a whole, the image that comes to mind is that of the teenage years, because adolescence is a time in which we have some growth, accelerated growth, but uneven at the same time. There are parts of the body that go faster than others. So that's the image that I get. Very good. Oh, adolescence, Diego. Hello, good morning. I would like to use a phrase from Astadio. Wake me up as soon as the earthquake is over. On human capital, we've suffered an earthquake level 9, and there's no way of going back to the place where we were before COVID-19. I love that phrase. Let's go to Enrique. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. I believe that I would say that it is a rare opportunity, but like a train, if you don't get on it, then it'll leave. So you have to be following this closely. Okay, so we initially kicked this going. Kayla Grant, I'd like to begin by asking you, why are these entrepreneurship ecosystems so difficult to create? It's very difficult for the region. How has the IDB contributed to develop knowledge on this?
Absolutely. And I love the various phrases that everyone has used so far in describing this, especially the fact that this is a train, or looking at our adolescents and how we're helping them to get on this train and move forward. Because one of the things that the COVID pandemic has done is most certainly accelerated our adoption of digital technologies, especially amongst firms. And how we support our firms in being able to have an enabling environment and an ecosystem that supports them in adopting these digital technologies is extremely important. A country's ability to drive economic growth depends on our private sector's ability to invest in innovation and these new types of digital technologies. And the role that government plays in this, in helping the private sector to operate and grow, is concurrently also very important. Through our research at the IDB, we found evidence that shows the significance of innovation in improving productivity. And we see evidence of this in many countries, going from Korea, Singapore, the Netherlands, who deliberately invested in entrepreneurship, ecosystems, and innovation and technologies, and countries closer to home, such as Chile, Mexico, Argentina, that the bank has supported in building their entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems. And so the private sector plays a key role in leading growth, with the state and the government acting as an enabler for these entrepreneurial ecosystems to develop. And what these ecosystems are able to do, well, let me take a step back and first defining what is an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And it basically involves an interconnection of a number of different actors that help to support these firms in becoming more productive and competitive. And this includes stakeholders not only from the private sector and firms and businesses, but it also includes intermediary institutions. We're talking about incubators and accelerators that are connecting both academia and the private sector so that they're able to grow. Looking at tech transfer offices as well and their role, looking at investor networks and venture capitalists. In other words, how we're supporting these firms to access both traditional and non-traditional financing. And so the strength of these various actors are interconnected, and they're playing a role together. And one of the important elements is also the regulatory framework surrounding how these intermediary institutions and these various actors are working together in order to adequately support entrepreneurs at each stage of their business life cycle. Yet one of the biggest challenges that we see in developing entrepreneurship ecosystems, in supporting more innovative companies, is the fact that coordinating all these actors is definitely a challenge. And so what we step in and do from the bank side is that we help governments in understanding the baseline of who exactly these actors are, what do they offer to the ecosystem, and support them in coordinating these actors and also strengthening these specific actors in addressing coordination failures that are a major challenge in having effective ecosystems that are operating. And across Latin America, we see different levels of maturity in entrepreneurship ecosystems. In the Caribbean, it's very diverse, but there are certain countries that are less mature in their ecosystems. So we're starting to talk about helping them with developing from the very basics of let's get incubators and accelerators in the country to support looking venture capital and setting that up. An example that we have is in Jamaica, where the ecosystem is a little bit more mature, but we are helping to develop a very strong entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. And then you have more mature countries as well. And what we've witnessed in supporting these particular firms is that there's certainly high growth firms that tend to drive growth and generate substantial new employment. And this is what the entrepreneurship ecosystem helps to develop. These firms also tend to be technology companies, very innovative in using more frontier type of technologies. Yet we found gaps in ecosystems where providing specific technology incubators, for instance, is limiting. And so coming back to the question as to how we support these ecosystems and why they're difficult to create, it boils down to coordination and also strengthening of these specific actors and institutions to help develop, and the role that government plays as well in this, in driving and steering the direction of that growth and where this should go.
Gracias. Una pregunta importante que nos
Thank you. An important question that is followed by many of those that are connected today. Has it had any impact in countries in the region, that knowledge that you were talking about that has been generated by the IDB in terms of digital transformation, entrepreneurial transformation for Latin America and the Caribbean? What success case or what impact have you measured that has had that transfer of knowledge with the region?
Sure. Absolutely. So what we've seen happen with countries that we have been able to help and support, for instance, I can point to the case of Jamaica, where we currently have an operation supporting the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, and where we've issued digital vouchers to firms to support them with adopting digital technologies. It's something that was previously not provided for in the ecosystem, and which has helped a number of firms in digitizing basic business functions, for instance, to things that are more sophisticated. Because what we've seen is that one of the things that we have to understand is the baseline of these firms. What is their level of digital maturity? So we've generated data, for instance, in data sets at the firm level to understand what type of technologies these firms are currently using, what are their gaps, especially as it pertains to digital talent, looking at their sales and levels of innovation, and being able to use this data to better understand how we can design and target interventions to better support these particular firms. And so we've seen a very different and interesting business models that have been supported, particularly looking at the case of Jamaica with digital transformation, especially rebounding from the COVID and being able to have their firms to continue to operate and to support with employment and new types of employment, as well operating in these various digital environments in cyberspace.
Thank you, Kayla. I know that this
Gracias.
that you are sharing with us today are going to inspire a lot of entrepreneurs and people that are involved with the public sector that are here to make more efficient decisions. Es interesante ver cómo nuestros países
It's interesting to see how our countries respond to digitalization of those services that Kayla was describing with the specific case of Jamaica. However, we know that barely 1% of the SMEs in Latin America and the Caribbean participate in sales channels such as eBay, Amazon, or Mercado Libre, that are the common places where we usually link entrepreneurship and digital transformation. I have Enrique Iglesias, whom I've already introduced. Could you tell us why this happens, Enrique? And along those lines, yes, thank you very much for the question. Well, first of all, we're sorry, but we're losing Enrique. There's still a lot of connectivity missing in the region. There are several areas with a significant size of number of people, businesses, public institutions that do not have access to quality internet. As Kayla was mentioning, that is evidence more with the pandemic. Ultimately, the fact that we're not connected throughout this year or 2 years has represented the losing the progress at a business level, public institutions, or in households that have not been able to continue connected to the digital world. So first of all, I wanted to stress that it is important to continue investing in connectivity on the public side of things, because the private sector has deployed a huge effort in expanding the networks that we currently have available in Latin America. But there's still many regions because they're very remote, they have a complex geography or low population density, maybe they're not covered. So this is an important point that has an impact on the question that you addressed, why businesses are not using these digital tools. And after connectivity, which is a base, and also to stress the importance of this, if we have a program on e-government or digital entrepreneurship without solving the problem of connectivity, instead of reducing the gaps in the country, this will be increased, because those citizens that have connectivity will receive a very good service, and those who don't will not have access to all services. So the first message I wanted to share is that it is important to overcome this connectivity gap. Regarding businesses, we have some programs with SMEs, and we lost Enrique. The connection was dropped. Sometimes they don't use the new digital technologies because they don't know what the benefits are that they can derive from these. They don't know what the main applications that they can use are. So I believe that programs aimed at strengthening and building digital capacities of firms, SMEs, so that they can learn how to use digital technologies and to make the best of these channels like Amazon or eBay. These will be essential. And this is something that we're also working on with the Public Development Bank, and that in a way, they're also seeing this as essential for the development of their countries. Enrique, precisely this. You're talking about investment, expansion, and in terms of connectivity, we need support because the growth in connectivity is not only on the side of the entrepreneur in these countries. So along these lines, could you tell us how the financial traditional sector is responding and public banking for the development of these investments, expansion, that will help the region join the latest trends in digitalization at a global level? Of course, the telecommunications sector is a sector that needs a significant investment every so often, because telecommunication equipment has a lifespan that is limited, maybe 5 years. So it is a sector that demands an investment, almost a continuous ongoing investment, in order to ensure that the networks will abide by the adequate quality. In a context in which apps require more data, and we see that there's a demand to have a greater bandwidth and quality in the connections in order to enjoy the benefits linked to these. So the financial sector, the traditional financial sector, has been pushing and pressing and investing on these issues. But also from the point of view of the bank, besides the programs on which we've been investing on the public side to have connectivity problems, IDB Invest has done outstanding work in investing in development of connectivity in different countries in the region. And in terms of public banking, there are examples such as Mexico, for example, where we've invested directly in connectivity. In other countries, where we are either invested in connectivity or we've invested in helping SMEs in order to become digitalized or digitized. This is something that will help us, on the one hand, to improve those numbers of how many companies are using digital tools. But in fact, we believe that this is going to have an impact on greater productivity of these firms, greater efficiency in what they do, and a better operation of sectors in general. What this digital revolution has or has brought is that in a way it is transforming all sectors, the private sector, the public sector. Whatever we can think of is being transformed. And COVID has simply accelerated this process. We agree very much with you, Enrique. Thank you for illustrating a bit what is the current situation between finance, growth, expansion, and necessary investments in connectivity. But talking about traditional sectors in the economy, those that you mentioned, Enrique, and how these face these new trends, we're fortunate enough to have Andrea with us. Andrea, what do you think about the cooperation between fintech and traditional banking? Are there examples or lessons learned that you can share about this type of a cooperation so that we can land this? Yes. Let's see. Cooperation between fintech and traditional banking is key. Perhaps a long time ago, when we started talking about the entire fintech phenomenon, maybe the banking sector at some point said, and even the papers that were published said that this was going to have to do with competition. There are more participants. Clearly, that is a situation. But over time, we have been able to see the traditional banking, traditional financial units have started to see in fintech companies a strategic ally. They can be seen as cooperating with them, and fintechs also look for them. So there are examples where it is the fintech itself that says, I have this business model, and I need the strategic partner that will be a bank or a cooperative where we can provide this digitalization service. So with a view to cooperation, this is a trend we see, what we've been seeing. Some ways in which the sector has been moving, and I have an example for that, may be a traditional commercial bank making available within its organizational structure an innovation hub, an innovation center, or a lab. And in that lab, what is done is that they try to look for partnerships. They go to look for fintechs to find the one that can provide the service that I'm needing in order to solve a problem that I face or that my clients have in a digital way, how to provide the service in more expeditious a way using innovative experiences and tools that we have. So they give us this door to enter in the organization so that the fintechs can come and enter into partnerships. On the other hand, fintechs can feel that they're moving into a new business. I knock on the door of an entity and I have not had the possibility of working on a partnership and having this materialize. Maybe they're not lucky enough, as others have been, by having a traditional institution that opens up the doors. However, in terms of efficiency, of unity and configuration of the market, we could think that the trend to cooperation would be one of the most important parts in the development of this industry. Thank you, Andrea. Another question, what are the risks implied in digital technologies for the stability of the financial sector? Many people that were soon or that were following this panel or this lecture, they asked about the risks of that expansion. How are these perceived? Now that we speak of crypto assets in the region, what can be done from the public sector in order to mitigate those risks? Yes, of course. When we speak of digital technologies and we start seeing the boom of these emerging technologies, we must always take into account that one of the initial things that entities, supervisors, the public and private sector have to do is to follow that megatrend and to see when and how that technology will reach a stage of maturity where it might pose some risk to the stability of the financial sector because it was widely used, because it already has a greater use. Therefore, some of the risks that we see in cybersecurity, clearly, as we've seen at a global level, because they grow with the use of digital means, interoperation risks or interoperability risk, where it is necessary to have platforms where interaction will be easier, will flow easily, create environments where the links and the channels will be much more robust. In that regard, interoperability is another one of the risks that we can see. And perhaps Enrique was already bringing this up, not so much of the technology, but it is highly connected to this, and it has to do with capacities or skills. As soon as people, companies can use more and better these digital technologies, then we can make the best of them. But if they're not used in an adequate way, they could leave vacuums, and that's what leads to cybersecurity problems when we have these gaps that are left behind. The regulator, and perhaps from my point of view, of financial innovation in Costa Rica, that is a part of the superintendency in the central bank in Costa Rica. If monitoring is to be provided, the way of providing this is a constant monitoring of the evolution and what is being brought by these innovations, because we couldn't halt or stop by saying that we're afraid of something and then we will halt innovation from the very outset. But we will have an observation. We have to monitor what's going on and leave it up to the innovation to develop, because if not, it would be very difficult to be able to say that we're trying to balance out that instability, and the financial inclusion would be that part or that promise in the use of these digital technologies that they have. Regarding crypto assets, Enrique was also bringing this up. It is important that from the public sector and also from the private sector, we speak of education where people can understand what is a crypto asset, first and foremost, to understand very well the differences that exist with an investment that would have a backup behind, and that we understand. We have seen the fact that we talk about cryptocurrencies, it already makes a difference. People could think, well, if this is a currency, you're making an investment, it has high volatility, is very risky. So the messages that are sent out to the public at large would be a way of mitigating these risks when using those investments that could be highly risky. So perhaps, Veronica, these would be my ideas. I love these ideas that you bring in, Andrea, because I believe that this is the feeling that the Inter-American Development Bank has. And the space of the BIDAcademy, without education, without transfer of knowledge, it is much more difficult, as you were saying, to make decisions being open to innovation. And I loved it when you said we cannot stop innovation because we're afraid of it, but we have to develop the skills. I believe that these words must be underscored, because sometimes it is believed that the Inter-American Development Bank, its role is solely of funding, but it has an important capacity of following implementation, the important study of these skills and abilities that you talked about. So it seems to me that in order to overcome the adolescence, as Hugo was saying just a few minutes ago, we have to go slowly moving forward in terms of education, to share knowledge, and this is a wonderful space. We've seen in the region a slow change where increasingly more we see startups are popping up with their proposals for technological innovation, as Andrea and Enrique were saying, and with a business model with an international presence, as Kayla was saying at the beginning.
Especially in the fintech field. So we have Nuban, and we're talking about Aula. And I also want to ask Hugo, what has changed in the region to lead to this evolution and revolution? And what needs to be changed for this tendency to continue to speed up the pace? Very good question. Thank you. So we've been interpreting this using the rapid development model where we looked at various forces that are at play. There's a great deal of action relating to digital transformation and the 4.0 revolution that really has created a totally different scenario from the entrepreneur and opportunities perspectives. So in that regard, there is that interplay going on with new opportunities where the startups, businesses have become really catalysts for change in this transformation process. And given that it's a new scenario and looking at such issues as a drop in innovation costs, the time that is required for bringing new users on board, all of this, and just it really is it's shaking up the whole region. It is almost a sort of an earthquake. And I think it's accelerated with the pandemic, but we've also seen an acceleration in the revolution in the ecosystem. If we go back 20 years, we see the birth. Today, we talk about the unicorns, we talk about the fintechs, but 20 years ago, you can already see the origins of the first Latin American unicorns. After the internet bubble that burst, we began to see that evolution of a process that has continued to build up, where that entrepreneurial force and momentum is taking on new and creating new effects. And at the same time, we see other key events within the ecosystem. If you compare the quality of entrepreneurs when the first incubators were bringing them on board, and you compare that to what's going on today, we've seen a major change in the development process. But also looking at the actors, today the support organizations have also evolved. Universities have incorporated new curricula, new educational programs. And now we were in transition towards one end state, and now we're looking at another one. So another key trend over the last 10 years has been that the major corporations have finally realized the important role of startups and the change in the scenarios, and they've begun to work with an ecosystem that which they had very little engagement in the past. And one thing that I didn't mention, I waited for the end to say this, not because it's less important, but the role of governments, the role of public policy formulation. And as Kayla already mentioned at the very beginning, the Inter-American Development Bank has played and continues to play a key role in providing not only the financing, but also the technical support in the deployment of these programs throughout countries. So we've seen that momentum, and as a result, we have these entrepreneurs that you've already mentioned. Well, Hugo, I think what you've said is very important regarding the historical development of this process. And again, we're now at this, it's really been going on for some time. The origins, as you said, could be traced back. It's now been motivated by increases in how it's employed. But you talked about gradual change in paradigms as well, where we're seeing new startups with even a greater growth potential, with also real new innovations. We see many of these that sound great, but they're not really solving market issues. Then you see business plans that, on the other hand, are much more robust, with a more international presence, with various examples. Voila, that we talked about earlier, which is a good example of in the fintech arena. So what has been going on in terms of what's changed in the region to give this greater momentum, and what else needs to happen for the pace to accelerate even further, so that we can reach those expectations that we hope to achieve in Latin America? Well, what's changed is just basically back to what was said. Some of the forces that led to this, that were driven significantly by public policies, by governments, all of these are changes. We also look at the universities. They have changed. Now they have included much more entrepreneurial driven initiatives. One recent change has also been the inclusion of businesses in corporate venturing, not just a corporate venture capital, but also more tied to the development of innovative companies with young startups. These are significant and crucial changes. Also, the role of government that has become an active developer. So it's a whole accumulation of factors, venture capital that's increased. What needs to happen now is that this has to be developed so that we transition from that adolescent stage in terms of maturity. It has to become much more even. If we were to look at this from two perspectives, we were talking about this in the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Mexico, a meeting that we had recently with Casec Venture and the founder of that. We can see that just as with the technologies that created new scenarios for all of these things to happen, technology, where it didn't, that space it didn't fill, it's going to reach. And looking at where you don't have areas where you don't have entrepreneurs meeting that maximum potential, we're going to see it in the future with the technology that has now also leveled the playing field, and we can identify specific obstacles. Now, we published jointly with the IDB a document regarding the post-pandemic scenario with the ecosystem. We published this about 2 years ago, where we looked at some very clearly defined gaps that have to do with access. The technology gap, for example, that is a barrier in itself. And this has to do with barriers to access, not just to families and households, but also in supporting entrepreneurs. So there are gaps here that need to be overcome. I think the real phenomena of this momentum in terms of entrepreneurs, although it's always everywhere we've seen it, it's a minority of businesses and entrepreneurs that create these high potential ventures. We've studied this clearly, but there needs to be a greater share of these, and they need to be articulated much more with the needs of civil society, so that the impact in democratizing entrepreneurship will take place in a much more vigorous pace. I think these are the things that need to happen. And you have, I think, the public policy makers that are going to play a crucial role. And I think the IDB, with its active role in engaging with the governments, play another key role there. Well, I know that I know that you have devoted a great deal of time to analyzing and studying these businesses. So I'm sure this is a very exciting point in time. I don't know if you see it the same way. Of course. If I start to think about when we started to work on this, the first project working with the IDB, where we studied the creation of companies in Latin America and in Asia through various publications that then led to MIF, that designed some pilot projects. For example, some of the dynamic entrepreneurs in 2002, when we started talking about that dynamic, we looked at systemic approaches at that time, and the fact that this has now resulted in this proliferation of more and more initiatives is really a very pleasant surprise for me. What about the role of universities? Since you're in the education sector, you talked about Mexico and other countries that are now joining in this, not just local, but also international search for new knowledge. So what about the role that universities can play in this regard? Well, they play a key role, and it hasn't really reached its maximum potential yet. About 3 years ago, in our public policy dialogue with the IDB, we talked about the creation technological, scientific-based businesses and companies, where we studied systematically the role, this potential role that still hasn't reached its maximum potential. However, we do see in some countries some significant efforts with those that have more platforms to do it. And we were recently working with in various efforts with the Ministry of Science in Chile, which has devoted more than a decade to this topic in terms of technology transfer, and in particular with studies that were undertaken on scientifically and technologically based startups. And that's where you begin to see a huge potential that in many countries where we're looking at investments, although the investments are still at a fairly low stage in technology and development. But if we continue with the, you were asking us about the images at the beginning. I think these are really, I think these are laboratories. These are really incubators for creating new businesses. But for this to take place, and we've analyzed this together with the IDB in the documents, and we are familiar with this in Argentina and Chile, Peru, and in various countries, Colombia, that what's still missing is to have that agenda for change, because you have micro level interventions, those that create businesses, but also in terms of the universities and their intervention. What the study doesn't show is that we need to make more progress in proactive and clearly defined measures that will reduce barriers for academics and researchers, so that we can build new bridges with research agendas between society, civil society, the business community, and the rest of the ecosystem associated with corporations, the SMEs, and those other levels in society that will help to speed up the pace of these changes. Not only technology, the technology sector, but there also needs to be that bridge building so that we can set links with other organizations and also pave the way for venture capital. I think there we're going to see a confluence that it's going to be very sophisticated. It's almost like the fertilization process, where the potential when you develop, and we see multiple cases increasingly in Latin America, and I think that potential is enormous. Well, I like all your metaphors, Hugo, to more clearly illustrate what we're looking at. So you're talking about the gestation period and different stages in life, and you're talking about the future life of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's all very exciting. But just to clarify one point that you raised, Hugo, you said a couple of minutes ago, there's still some barriers that need to be overcome. Could you please describe what barriers are we talking about? Well, I'm not going to get into specifics of financing that we're all familiar with, but specifically, I think there's institutional change that needs to be promoted in universities to ensure that they can play. What is that institutional change? Well, they need to have the standards, procedures, rules to ensure that academics, that in addition to create the conditions for providing more incentives, but also to promote working with experiences that those that have already been involved, but also the barriers include allowing people to devote the time to have incentives that will help them devote efforts to these processes, not just publish papers, that they can devote time and also resources and skills, because many universities just issue degrees. But now at the same time, we also have the cultural barriers. As was just said earlier, we need to bring down the barriers. In fact, we need to find incentives. Exactly, we need to provide incentives. And there are many countries that have permit academics to have a stake in equity of the new businesses that are created. Just to give you one example, of course, this would require a lot more time to devote, but I think being able to provide them that time to devote to these efforts, that's key, because these are fundamental factors. And the idea would be to create teams with other entrepreneurs so that they can play an increasingly scientific input role. At first, they're the ones that know the possibilities, the potential of technology, and therefore they are of fundamental importance. Well, you talked about some of the aspects of digital transformation in the region. We looked at some, we heard Andrea talk and Enrique talk about examples and lessons learned in the sector. But now I'm going to ask Diego Richard. I would like to reserve for you the last couple of questions and ask what is going on with human capital in particular. We just talked about Hugo, about devoting that time, the dedication that's required with this transformation process. In other words, the skilled human resources. What's going on with the human resources component? In fact, there are some people who are somewhat reticent.
Problema grave acá.
Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, we have a serious problem when we talk about the advanced deficit in terms of human capital. I have some interesting statistic in the United States. 71% of positions in the STEM are information technology based, 71%. And yet, if you look at the number that have graduated from STEM, only 7% of those are information technology based. So if we look at in the area of training, we still have not been able to increase, make changes in the all of the curricula so that we can be able to keep a pace with the digital transformation process. And these are statistics that are previous or prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. These are statistics that have tended to increase even more, given the explosive increase. Just as a lot of jobs were lost in information technology, we've seen an increase in the demand for skilled human resources. Now, obviously, this puts the brakes on digital transformation, and it put the brakes on the entrepreneurial digital ecosystem. Why does it put the brakes on this? Well, because this has stopped in its tracks businesses that accompany the entrepreneurship in digital transformation. Those businesses that are involved in digital transformation don't have the human resources with the skills necessary to develop. And one thing we shouldn't underestimate is that the development of digital products is becoming more and more global service that does not require any specific location for the services. And that's dangerous for countries because now with this COVID shakeup, we've lost a lot of jobs that are never going to be gained again or recovered. So what kind of new job positions are we going to create? This is an opportunity. Countries that are able to generate human capital that is much more advanced in information technology will also be able to attract human capital, attract businesses that are developing, generating new jobs. And if I develop sufficient human capital to keep a pace with digital transformation, at the same time, I'm able to attract digital companies that are a part of that cycle and also are able to export services. Argentina exports $4 billion worth of software. Chile exports $350 million in software. So it's a 1-to-10 ratio. And the reason for this is that the innovation and the development of human capital in advanced digital skills is more active and is taking longer than what we've been able to invest in the case of Chile. Diego, I think this is a very hot topic right now because we have a group of people that could have justified fears. You have people, we're not talking about people at a certain age that develop skills and they're not able to keep up with young people. From this perspective, where upskill is the development of new skills and tools. So who is really tasked with the responsibility to developing these skills, given that this can impact on people who maybe are not in their early years of skills development. Well, there's no black and white solution here. You need to continue to strengthen the formal education programs and also increase specializations training. Governments, together with universities and technology institutes, need to promote and attract more people into the sector because it's a sector that has many jobs and it has a great deal of bright, encouraging future. But we bring in people and reconvert their skills into advanced digital skills. Just to give you an example, in Chile, we launched a national policy in advanced digital skills and labor reconversion. 80% of people who are now receiving boot camp training in 400 and 500 hour courses to give them that introduction into the digital world. Already 80% already have a higher level degree, because in our country we've seen an explosive expansion of higher education, not of high quality, but we have a significant number of people who have formal technical and university degrees that are underemployed. They're underemployed because the labor market did not keep a pace at the same level as the expansion of the university training. So we're underusing human capital that can be reconverted into advanced digital skills. So in Chile, looking at 16,000 people with advanced digital skills, we have sociologists, we have programmers that went to technical institutes, and they were told that the training was not enough. All of them getting into software development courses, data science, and data security courses. So I think this can also be seen, and I think it's replicated in many other countries in Latin America. In other words, human capital with high-level degrees that are underemployed that should go through a reconversion process. How is this done? This is done through public-private agreements with a significant private sector involvement, but also with public sector funding. These are called the digital pipelines that were invented in New York with the New York tech pipeline dating back to 2016 and has been replicated from New York to London, London to Berlin, to Paris, Barcelona, and now we have a national initiatives in Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica. These are major public-private initiatives and agreements that don't simply aspire to work at the formal education system, which has its own structure. Instead, they're reconverting, and those adults that already have a underused university background so that they can keep up to date with new advanced digital technical skills that are in high demand in the labor market. So this is, I think, this is a timely moment and our ecosystem needs to do this so that we're not being dragged down with our handbrake. So I know that we were talking about the need for allies. I think that's what this illustrates. During the pandemic and the business I led, as you said, and I really believe in what you said, we had 20,000 people who were enrolled from different ages, and they began to develop and get involved in new jobs, opportunities. So you talked about the educational sector, the public sector, and the role. What role is played by the business community in trying to close those gaps? Well, the digital training has to be very flexible, and it has to be renewed very quickly. A digital profile a year and a half ago has now changed. If we go through the normal cycle of university curricular changes, they're usually 6 to 9 year cycles. Now we have to change it every 6 months. So it means that these are initiatives that can have private financing, but it also needs to have private management involvement. And you need to have people, advisors who are from the private sector, the digital private sector. So in New York, we had Facebook, Google, other advisors. And in the case of Chile, we had Walmart with its digital transformation center. you had various services and institutions that were involved in the digital transformation, the advisory board, where you have technical staff that review the university curricula every 6 months so that we're sure that we're able to train the people that the private sector needs. So these digital talent pipelines have to have, and these are innovations for the economic sector. And sometimes the governments are hard to understand. It's hard for them to understand that they need to provide fiscal resources and allow the administration of these government resources to leave it up to the private sector agencies. But I think the biggest setback that we've seen is that we're working with government funds and with government rules and procedures. And as a result, what we're seeing is a low level of maximizing opportunities in our deployment. So here we have a public-private arrangement, but it's the private sector that's taking on the lead with an advisory board that will enable finding the appropriate responses. Well, we have just a few more minutes. I would love to keep talking with Andrea, with Kayla, with Hugo, with Enrique, but I'm being told that we just have a few more minutes before the end of the session. I'd like to conclude with a question. Digital transformation has shown to be so important and as well as very positive. But for those that are fearful, why aren't these businesses able to move more quickly? Because in responding to this, you can perhaps just do away with some of the myths involved in and that decision makers face. I'd like for all of these speakers to respond. Let's begin with Kayla.
Sure. And this has been an extremely interesting dialogue that we could continue for a while. Given the few minutes that we have left, and I knew each of my colleagues will focus on different areas, the challenges that I see for small firms in their adoption of digital technologies, especially the pace at which they do so, some of them have already been mentioned. Absolutely, it has to do with access to ICT infrastructure and the cost and quality of that access. It also has to do with the size of the firm. If you're a micro firm and you have more of a mindset of operating out of necessity versus growth, that points to a cultural issue in terms of how you perceive your business, whether you're trying to grow or you're just doing this out of necessity just because of the labor market that's existing. Another area in terms of the pace for the adoption, of course, that was mentioned by Diego, is extremely important, this aspect of digital skills and digital talent that's inherent within the firm itself, and also that's inherent within the ecosystem. Another thing that Hugo mentioned is this connection with academia, with the academy, and that the research that's happening within the academia, the commercial application of that research, and how businesses are tapping into that. And this points to information asymmetry with firms not having the knowledge of the type of digital technologies that are out there and that are available for them to tap into. And then this also builds and links again, is that if there's limited talent, limited connection to universities and understanding what's going on in this information asymmetry with firms, they're not sure what's out there. That has a huge impact on the pace and the adoption. Finally, two very important aspects I'll quickly get into, and I'm sure Enrique is going to mention access to finance. In order to access and to use these digital technologies, if you have an incipient supply of ICT firms within the ecosystem, this is especially relevant for small countries that have to go into the external market in order to find, for instance, if they're wanting to just do something as simple as setting up an e-commerce platform, who can they go to in that sense? How do they set up these payment gateways? One very important aspect is gender. That's something that I really wanted to emphasize as a factor that's important in the pace of adoption, especially with women who have less confidence in the use of ICT technologies and therefore using them in their day-to-day operations. So those are some of the key factors that I wanted to quickly mention. And
thank you, Kayla. Hugo, ¿qué otros mitos? ¿Qué tenemos que desmontar para que las empresas
Thank you.
digitales?
What other myths have to be debunked? For companies to digitalize, did I understand you correctly? For SMEs to digitalize more quickly, I think there are cultural barriers. the SME world is heterogeneous. There are some segments that are very advanced, and other segments are lagging behind. There are also some limitations in terms of processing, consulting processes sometimes where they have to implement transformations. And I am saying that because I'm acquainted with some cases firsthand. Also, they have different managerial skills. And often there is the local circumstances too. Sometimes things aren't open and they aren't geared up to the necessary speed of change. Now, it seems to me that Kyla gave us an excellent summary of all the factors that do intervene, so I don't think I need to repeat them. Now, in terms of technological firms, for them to advance more quickly, I think that this emerging connection between startups and corporations is a very promising field. We have been working on this a great deal. And the truth is, we think that this can give rise to greater acceleration of all of the transformers. And Andrea, in your sector, it's a very complicated one, plus it's very high risk. So what is missing? What would help companies adopt technology more quickly? Well, many of the factors have already been mentioned, and it's really sad when you see those that aren't walking the talk. We see a lot of the movement today, and here I would point to what we've already said about skills and knowledge, how to apply knowledge. How can information come out of academia and be applied directly? Also, we have to tear down the barriers. Some people think that technology is very expensive, but now with new technologies, technology prices have come down. And these are companies that need this information, this type of support. So finding a digital solution may even be a possibility for a micro enterprise. And it's important because these people that know the business, they can help if they have the skill to help that business. So that could be a key so that we can see everything that we've been talking about put into practice. And Enrique, you were talking about expansion of these activities. That sounds very interesting for the group of entrepreneurs, but also they are constraints on the public sector sometimes. What would you say to that comment? Yes, thank you. Connectivity is definitely the groundwork for this whole process, and we have to be certain that we can reach every citizen, every company, because otherwise we're going to have countries moving ahead at two different speeds. And also in the United States, there are very ambitious programs to narrow the digital gap. The same can be said of countries in Europe. And I think that's very important. It is essential that there be resources, financial and knowledge resources, so that companies can begin the digital transformation process and thus seize the opportunities that this offers. Thank you. Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Diego. So this was something full of nuance, but what can we say about the people that are with us, encouraging them to prepare for these changes? Perhaps prepare is the wrong word. No, it's a matter of getting on the train. And what I would say is we talk a lot about the quality of SMEs, but a lot of SMEs are part of this technology train. The other day I saw a meme that said, the best transformation agent, and there was a picture of COVID. But look, I'm an SME. So you can say, okay, the idea is to transform digitally. And first of all, you have to make sure that services are available. That's what Enrique was saying about fiber and connectivity. But the countries that do not have that infrastructure have a serious problem. So I connect with the systems. I have a CRN, I have an electronic services account, and then I can be digital. I don't need to have an office. Everyone can work from home. So I would say that there has to be an effort made to have digital services for digital transformation. That's very important. And within inside companies, there is a set of competencies that people need to have. They're not digital, but they are essential. One thing would be self-learning, being connected to academia. It's important that we all have to learn on our own. If people don't have the discipline to learn on their own, to acquire the new skills that are essential, it's going to be hard for them in the future. So it's a matter of having learning devices so that people can take control over their own future. We are advancing towards a portable skill world. What does that mean? People are going to gauge us based on what we know how to do and not where we know how to do it. And that opens up a lot of opportunities for people my age. Well, I wanted to thank all of you for your time that you've shared with us here at the IDB Academy. I thank all of our audience. So I want to bid you all a very warm farewell. I hope that this will give rise to some collaboration. And Diego, I hope that you will keep helping companies. Kyla, you keep supporting the public sector. So I hope that everyone will move ahead, and this will be done with the necessary security. Let's expand what is so necessary, and this is going to support our region. So thank you all very much for being with us here in the BID Academy. Thank you. And everyone connecting now, I wanted to remind you that you can begin to download your digital attendance accreditation. On the screen, you're going to see our QR code, and that will give you access to the page where you can download your digital credential, which is issued directly by the Inter-American Development Bank. You can share it on social media, on LinkedIn, and this vouches for your participation in this event. So it's not only attending, it is developing tools, knowledge to strengthen your professional profile. So we're going to have a short pause, but let me show you something real quick. There's a person called Jolie Garcia, and Jolie just shared on LinkedIn, and that's why it's so important to download the QR code that we put on the screen, because Jolie says all of the experience of hearing these inspiring testimonies having to do with leadership about the community, talent, women, all of this is part of the Knowledge Week being sponsored by the Inter-American Development Bank. And there on the LinkedIn, that person shows the credential so that the community, the connections, this person knows all of this is improving that person's professional profile. So we'll be right back. There's going to be a short pause, but we have to connect with Monterrey, Mexico. So we are going to make that connection, and I will be back in just a few minutes. I wait for you here, and then we will hear from Mexico. pleasure to introduce Agustin Sarria, who is a specialist of the Knowledge and Learning Coordinator for the PM4R program at the Inter-American Development Bank. And also from Cuernavaca, Mexico, we have with us Agustin, who is participating in this great auditorium. Agustin, thank you for joining us from them. We're going to be talking about project management skills. So we are quite attentive to your words, Agustin. Thank you. What we have been listening to today has been fascinating. Digital transformation, I heard a lot about challenges and how to apply the things that we know about. And that's what we're going to talk about, project management. Plus, we're going to talk about inclusive agility. With that PM for our program, Project Management for Result, we're going to be talking about the management of development projects in the region. And in that program, we are working with great energy. We want to foster an agile mindset, which involves two things. First of all, diversity. Why diversity? Because right at the core of agility, we have people, regardless of where they're from, their ethnic origin, regardless of their sexual identity, their gender. We have people, persons. And then second, we have innovation, where we include different viewpoints and learning. So we have agility, innovation, and diversity, the three things together. And doing things differently is important. So in PM4R, we take leadership of change. So change doesn't wind up leading us. So we have had to do that during COVID, where we could not be with our team in Cuernavaca, but we do have Jose Monroy with us, a team member. Hello, Agustin, and good afternoon, everyone. We're going to miss you. We miss you already. We were going to look forward to having a cup of coffee prepared by barista, but since we're so agile as a team, we have to forge ahead. So welcome. Good afternoon. I am Jose Monroy, and I am proud to be part of the PM4R team. And today, in addition to welcoming our guests, I have a present for them. It's from the IDB, and this represents diversity and inclusion. And here we are in the Tech of Monterrey in the Cuernavaca campus, and I am very excited about being here. In this session that has to do with 21st century management of projects, but looking at the approach of agile project management. So today we are here as part of Knowledge Week to talk to you about PM4R. We have experts that are collaborators and that represent different organizations that are strategic partners in everything having to do with knowledge management at the IDB. On my left, I have Ricardo Triana. He is the Executive Director for Latin America of PMI. And I would like for you to introduce yourself, Ricardo. Thank you. My name is Ricardo Triana. I am from Colombia. I am naturalized here in Mexico. I teach language, actually. But I'm really not trained as a project manager, but anyone can wind up managing a project. So how can you make certain that everyone will have the skills necessary to lead projects? Because you may wind up doing that. And that is our mission. We teach project management worldwide. We have trained some 700,000 people. The idea is to make certain that entrepreneurs, young people will have the skills that they need. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo, and welcome. I know that it was a long trip. You got up early, but I see you're full of energy. Now, here on my right, we have another Ricardo Sanchez. He is a counselor of Tech de Monterrey, Cuernavaca campus. Thank you, Josele. Yes, my name is Ricardo Sanchez Orduña. But first of all, I wanted to introduce Jose Moya, who is the director of the Cuernavaca campus. So I wanted to thank them for making it possible to use these facilities and for hosting this meeting. My relationship with tech goes back some 30 years. I got a master's degree here. Also, I chaired the Alumni Association. And after doing my master's, I got invited to teach. And so I enjoy teaching a group either in person or virtually to try to convey best practices, techniques, tools for project management to make certain that those projects will be successful. In other words, that they will deliver results to the beneficiaries, because that is the way that we can transform the lives of those that we serve. I agree 100% with what you just said. So as you can see, we have two Ricardos. So we did an even division before we got started. We are going to call my person on the left, Vicky, and on the right, Rich or Rick. So before we get started, we have to take a step back before we get 100% into the issue of agility, which is the topic we're going to discuss. So tell us, Rick, where did this activity come from? Tell us a bit about background. Of course, Yoseli. Actually, the efforts to do agile management of projects goes back to the 60s with Shingo in Toyota. He was always looking for new ways of doing things. Back then, it was production. So technical tools, the philosophy he created had to do with Kanban, which is using cards to improve the production flow and to make certain that everything would add value. And then that is called lean manufacturing, and that evolved. It evolved and went beyond the confines of the automobile industry and entered into other sectors. And the software industry adopted this philosophy. And following the crisis in the 90s, having to do with application development, and also in the 2000s, some people thought that with a change in digits, anything with a chip in it was going to explode or fail. That didn't happen. But because of that crisis, a group of leaderships in the software sector met in Utah, in the United States, in 2001 to find a new way of developing software, and not the typical cascade model, which is very structured, very rigid, beginning by analyzing requirements. A lot of effort, a lot of time goes into that. And once defined, the system is designed, then the programming is done, and then it's implemented. But the time that has gone by between analyzing the requirements and delivery of that software is a long one. So the functions that people wanted no longer are necessary, or no longer is it delivering the benefits that were expected. So they focused on discovering and developing a different methodology. And they published what is called the Agile Manifesto. It has 4 values and 5 principles, and a lot of methodologies have been developed based on that approach. And the same can be said of our model, PM4R. So the different principles in the manifesto were the base for something more powerful than developing methodologies. And it had to do with changing the mindset, because being agile doesn't mean that you apply another set of tools. It means that you think differently, you do things differently. Even we dare to fail, but doing it quickly and at a low cost, and learning from mistakes so as to be able to apply the learning as soon as tomorrow. So that to adapt to our current setting, which, as everyone knows, our surroundings change faster and faster. Yes, and the difference between doing agile and being agile is great because you have to unlearn the things that we were doing mechanically for a long period of time, and we have to learn to do new things, which means we have to get beyond our comfort zone. And that can hurt. We feel uncertain. We challenge ourselves. Being agile, sometimes it's easier to apply the old methodology, the steps that you know. So being agile is something different. So that mentality means creating a psychological security within the team. And that is complicated and takes time. Now, when we create that commitment within the team, work becomes more transparent, and the team is in a safe environment where they can propose, they can react, they can comment, they can improve within that framework without fear of reprisals. And so the work is done better. And I was listening to digital transformation where they talked about fear. We're all afraid of fear, but here we are learning. We're not afraid to do things in a different fashion. Now, in our training, in our workshops, I would say that agility is a formula. It's not a magic wand where our pumpkin turns into a carriage, but this requires commitment on the part of the team and commitment to ourselves. And that is what we have in PM4R. It's continuous evolution, and we have a methodology that allows us to identify the practice that is the most suited to the project, and then we can adapt that. Or if it's not working, we can use another approach. Now, agility is quite fashionable, very sexy. We all know that. Everyone wants to be agile. Everyone wants to belong to agility. We want to be labeled as being agile. So you definitely earn points if you're called agile. So having a commercial certification in some cases doesn't turn us into agile managers, but it does give us membership in that agile club. And I have a question for you, Rick and Ricky, for the people that are with us today and for our audience. How many times have you felt pressured to be agile? Or how does the environment question? Sometimes we're frustrated because we're not agile enough. Or perhaps you felt excluded because you were not managing a technological project that would seem to be the only projects that can do things with agility. So I wonder about frustration for professional teams that work on projects because they don't feel part of that agile elite. They feel pressured. But often the environment, the people surrounding them, do not know what this means. How many times do we hear that we have to be more flexible, more agile? But what does that mean? What does that mean to you? The challenge has a lot to do with the industry. So people working on software understand agility. We know how to do things differently, etc. But a lot depends on the industry. In construction, for example, or in health and manufacturing, the understanding is different. The implementation can be different. And sometimes a lot has to do with the method. Am I going to do Kanban or SAFe or Lean or a more predictive model when actually you're talking about adjusting your whole environment? What I see in the market is that we have organizations that try to be agile, and they do agility at the project level, which is fine because it allows you to respond. But if the organization doesn't change its mentality, you wind up saying, look, I had to produce results now, but I have to change the budget, and the budget is in September. So my project can't be as agile as it should be, or it takes 6 months for procurement to clear my purchase. So it's like having an elephant wearing tennis shoes. You'd think that it's going to be agile, but it's slow, it's clumsy. So being agile has to be something spread through the entire organization. It's not just finding your happy place, saying that my project is going to be agile. You're focusing on results, but the whole organization perhaps is not applying that strategy throughout. So that has to do with agility. We talk about being agile is not only being fast or responding to change, it's being a cat. It is always falling, but landing on your four paws. So how can you make sure that vendors at the whole organization will sign on to this strategy? And that's the difference between just applying a method of being agile and actually being agile. When you have to look at the mindset of the whole strategy, the culture, etc. I agree with Enrique. Being agile, as I was saying, is a change in mindset.
Not to use techniques and tools, there are a lot of them, and anyone can enforce these, but to truly own it and to adapt to the changes that we see more and more. And through the experience in dictating many workshops that we've seen, that the team is really excited. And in the project, we do use the tools, but they clash against a huge wall that is the organization in the very rigid structure. It is not flexible at all. The examples you gave me are wonderful. They're nimble, but the procurement process continues to last 6 months. And we don't do anything in order to change the norms, the standards, the policies. So in fact, agility is not wearing tennis so that we can run and try to run faster. But in fact, we have to change our mindset. We have to adapt to the surroundings. And I always say, let us begin by doing something, and something could be projects. And then that will permeate to the rest of the organization in the best of cases. And we see now the difference between being agile and doing something agile. And this is where we would aim to be. And that agility, I agree, ought to be produced in two different places, upward in the organization, starting with projects, but downward as well. Now, what happens in some cases, the interest in doing something agile has been an excluding element, and we see this increasingly more intense because it's a source of frustration, of questioning, even personal and professional questioning within organizations. There are people that see themselves as more nimble than others because they have a certification that we call Talibans, which are very strict, and if you don't do what I say, then you're not agile. And by not having access to that certification, and that access could be economic, not because of your own will or decision or because of other circumstances, they're not members of the club. No, that is not the situation. What happens? Traditional management of a project doesn't work, or only those that have the certification have the mindset? No. At the IDB with our partners, we want to do away with that false thing. And that is why we speak of inclusive agility. But by inclusive, we're not referring to gender diversity and inclusion, because as I said at the beginning, it is part of the DNA of agility. Gender diversity, inclusion, that is all part of the person at the very center of that agile mindset. We're talking about inclusive agility and professional inclusivity, everyone. And I repeat with me and see yourselves now, we're all agile. And I'm not crazy. Even though we don't have the certification, even though we don't have the label, we are agile in our day-to-day. We practice this in everything that we have around us. Many a times that we have agile practices, but we don't wear the label. And from our point of view, we are all part of the Agile Club. And let me give you an example, a very simple example. I will ask all of you, whoever is watching us now, that you go back 2 years ago when we started with the pandemic. What happened at the beginning of the pandemic when going to the supermarket was a whole adventure? We were afraid. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know what could happen with the virus. And so we went through the adventure of going to the supermarket. And then we all stood by the door and we didn't enter our home until we were disinfected, our confidence circle, our family, our dear friends, our loving members of our family. We took off the shoes, and then we cleaned lettuce by lettuce, tomato by tomato, the meat, the fish, until I walked into home, and then sometimes twice. Do you remember those moments? Do you see yourselves identified? So what happened? We started learning. We started to become agile without knowing it. We started discovering that maybe the viral burden of a tomato when manipulating it and making it all the way home was not sufficient to spread the virus. And then we stopped washing tomatoes 3 times. The shoes, many a times, were left outside. Now they're already inside the house and even in the closet, and the virus is still here. And that learning is becoming part of us. We start assimilating our processes. We trust our team, and our team could be family, our friends, the neighbors. We assisted each other with the purchases. Many a times I saw, and it was comic to see the beer going down from one apartment to the other one in a bag so that we could have some relaxed time. We're all agile. And remember that, because it is true. We're all agile in our life. So what is the challenge? How to extrapolate that agility that we have in our day-to-day and that club we belong to the management project? It is very interesting what you were saying, Agustin, because personally, I include myself in that group, but that did not feel agile at all. In fact, until I came to the IDB and I became acquainted with agility from that point of view, and I started working with an agile team because I'm part of an agile team, I realized that I am very agile, and I quickly adapt to change, and we all quickly adapt to change, and we can see it now. And to me, it was like a very interesting change in perspective and in thought. By not having X or Y certificate that doesn't say that I'm agile, doesn't mean anything. So it is something that makes me feel reassured that I'm agile, even though I don't have X or Y certificate. But this year, I became acquainted with a concept that I had never heard about before, but that changed my perspective at a professional level. But it has had a great impact on my personal life because of this approach that is addressed to people. And I want you to tell us more about this, something very simple, way of work. What is a way of work? Well, that is the way in which we see the agility of the PMI. Something that I wanted to stress before we go into the ways of working is that we don't have a group of people that say, I wake up and I want to do things slow and then wait for the results. And no, I want to hurry and spend the money that I want. Nobody does that. And when people spoke of managing traditional projects, they had the wrong approach. What that meant is that since I didn't have a clear understanding, I had to do more things and analyze much more to be able to do what Ricardo was saying. When we speak of agility and people say, oh, you're traditional, maybe you are the traditional who thought that we should do it in a single way, and that was the only way of solving the problem. And there's a saying in Mexico, and you'll hate me for this, there are many ways to skin a cat. What you have to choose is what is the method and how to combine that. And that's where the ways of working comes in. Because instead of fighting about what is a method, the best thing is come in, save, be the jihadist of the whole thing. Or you say, maybe what you have to understand is what is the culture of the organization? How is diversity, professional and knowledge situation working? How much innovation do we have? What is a problem that we will be tackling, and how is this to be tackled? So you find there that the way of working in this organization ought to be of a certain way. And the ways of working, what it has to do is with learning how to say, do I combine different things that make sense with the culture and the maturity of my organization or my family or the company or my life? And then I can yield results. This is ways of working. To learn how to combine different methods depending on the culture and the maturity. And in order to add to this, we said in PMI, instead of saying this is a method that you should do, so this other one, we have to give people incentives so that they will think what is the best way of working that makes sense and that will be completely different. If you go to Santander, it is not the same thing as going to CT, to Siemens at Holcim, because the thing is, how do I react to the environment depending on the people that I have, the culture, and the majority of the same? And we greatly stress 2 things that I believe should be mentioned here. One, you must have skills in 3 different sectors. So we call it the talent triangle. You have to learn to see the form of working of the organization, what methods you combine, what methods are used. On the other one, to have a business savvy. If you paid attention to the previous talking about upskilling and reskilling, doesn't matter if I know a lot about what I do. Knowing about software is really cool. Knowing about engineering, that's good. But if I don't know nothing about other areas, then I don't know why I'm doing this. How is the marketing going to be done? Is it going to be sold? Does it make sense with the strategy or not? This is where my agility comes in. It is no longer worth it to do things as we thought. We have to take a different path, recalculate, as others will say. And if you don't do it this way, if you don't have that savvy in order to understand other parts of the business, then you're not good, you're not effective. And last but not least, having skills, not of leadership, power skills, as we call them now, because it is doing much more than this leadership. It is not communicating or negotiating. How do I work in a collaborative fashion, working with people who's not? How to work and have innovative solutions, because problems are more complex now. So working on these three angles in that triangle, the most technical side of it, business savvy, as understand other areas of the business and have those powerful understanding, that makes a difference. And something that we call the 505 strategy is that we have to begin earlier and finishing later. We're focusing here on saying, I will convince you that if agility, yes, or if we change the mindset to talk about methods, but 30 years from now, those who will be managing the country or the world is my granddaughter, their children, their nephews, their nieces, etc. And things change because I should be focused on doing something now, but in that generation, because if they don't have the skills and the knowledge, 30 years from now, we will be dealing with this that should have been already something easy to do. And on the other hand, there's a generation, which are those that are executives all the way to the top, and they've already defined strategies. If they don't see that this has to be done, they'll think that by saying, I want to become the leader and sell more up north and be the one that sells more Coca-Cola, that is enough. When in fact, that should be thinking about how to be agile from the point of view of execution. So we have to work with everyone, with all people. And that would be my invitation to say, yes, think about the mentality. Yes, think about the ways of working, the mindset, but also how to sell. And that all of us will have the skills and knowledge. There are people who participate in projects and they don't even know what a project is. There are people who do projects, manage projects, and they're not called project manager. We should all have the basic thing. This should be the therapy, the minimum that you should know in your life in order to be effective. I love that, Ricky. And that has been a great source of inspiration for the team and for all those who are part of it. Now, I'd like to learn a little bit about the academic approach. And to go back to an issue, and we were precisely talking about it yesterday, the tech has always been a benchmark in education issues. Ever since I recall, the tech has always been a leader on this issue. What do you believe is the mindset of the tech student or the graduate student? And where is this philosophy evolving, the tech philosophy in training or educating the students? Well, thank you very much. Before I go into that, I'd like to add a comment to what Ricky said. I also see agility as a set of tools that can be of whatever approach you want. And bearing in mind the specific situation of the project, then we select which ones are useful. When you go eat a soup, you won't do it with a knife or with a fork. You have to use a spoon. And to me, that is adapting. And the one who adapts the best will be the one that will survive and will have businesses are remaining over time. And going on to the tech, it is an institution where I studied that transformed me. And I want to begin with the mission it has. The mission of the tech is leadership, innovation, and entrepreneurship for human flourishing. What does this mean? Well, we're placing at the very center the student, but we are no longer going to try to transmit knowledge as was traditionally done in schools. But we're going to expose them to reality, to the surroundings, to what surrounds everyone. And this is how the new educational model is working. You do have classes, be it in person or remote, but above all, students face the problems that we have outside, out in the world. We work on the basis of challenges that they have to solve. So any solution, whatever solution they propose, has to be like that. Very good. So we have this situation. How are you going to solve this? But also with an approach with the Sustainable Development Goals, because we have zero hunger. We have this problem. How will your solution, besides solving that problem that we have there, will contribute to Sustainable Development Goals? The idea is that students will obviously be very good experts, technicians, experts in those subject matters in which they're being trained. I cannot talk about working on a project that will develop software if I know nothing about software development. I have to know something. But that is only my point of entry, okay? We are educating good professionals, technical experts, but above all with this approach of humanism, social impact. Because if we don't start working on these tasks that Ricky was mentioning in the long term, 20, 30 years from now, we will simply not have a planet. Where are we going to use any technique or methodology? So we have to start working on that. And that is why the Tech de Monterrey has precisely focused on developing people, human beings, obviously well-trained, well-prepared, with a lot of experiences, because most of the students that go to the Tech go abroad for exchanges, and that obviously opens up a very different situation, a panorama. They have that division of the whole, not only of the place where they live. So the Tech is at the forefront. We have a fabulous program called The Leaders of Tomorrow, where we look for the best in any community, preferably people who don't have the possibility of paying complete tuition, and they receive 100% scholarship, because the idea is that these talents that we have there will not only be identified and found, but for them to develop so that later on we'll do the same. They will do the same. And that is the only way for us to become better. I fully agree. In fact, this Knowledge Week is an event of young people for young people, and we have the same focus that you have. And that focus, young people and persons, once again, with that agile mindset is at the very core, that inclusive mindset. And what comes in the future, solving the problem now by sowing the repair is not what we need, because we're doing a bit more looking ahead of us. And that is what we're attempting to do in the bank. We concentrate on strengthening with this program, PM4R, in development, in skills in countries in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, and the 5 priorities that we've seen here: digital economy, regional integration, gender and diversity, today with catalysts and enablers in the private sector, and action on climate change, but in a cross-cutting fashion and with young people as the spearheading this situation. But that agility, an inclusive agility, where every single one of us is part of it. Why? Because we're included in the evolution of the design and the preparation of these new projects, where the beneficiaries increasingly more are participating in that construction process, so that the projects are financed by the bank, projects in the region will make sense, and that this will be on time, and that it will be done as it has to be done, and with the function, not obsolete, delayed, things that happen many a times. This club of agility of the IDB is an inclusive club, open to everyone, to all practices, as we were saying with Ricky and Rick, to all people. This is the way we manage projects in the 21st century. And to be able to support a little bit the change of mentality, what leads us to that agility, we have some products that can help you. There's a mood where we have agile mindset in development projects in the PM4R, and this has been included on the chat. My colleagues that are streaming this, it's a mood that you can do at your pace, where you will find the first steps to be taken in order to begin changing and doing things in a different way, particularly up here, that you can start developing that agile mindset, and that we wear the label of being agile. Those who are interested in delving deeper into it, we have the PM4R Agile certification that you can get with any one of our PM4R education providers. educators to offer this. And if you're interested in delving into project management, PM4R is the best service, combining the three methodologies: professional, which is a management, traditional management, predictive, joint, and leadership, in order to delve into the soft skills, managing projects, but from the point of view of soft skills. All those who get that certification in the PM4R are certified to manage the three technologies and adapt them to technology projects, development projects, very focused on them, doing simple things that will enable us to add value and devote less time to management and more to execution. And obviously, please review the offer of the BIDAcademy. You will find courses, research, lessons learned, testimonies, contest, competition, and a whole set of issues related to knowledge that are very attractive and very interesting. We have very little time for questions. We will follow the people that are with us there, but we have 5 minutes for some questions. I don't know whether we have a question here. Agustin, while the audience is thinking about the question that will be asked, I'd like to give you an example. Very briefly, Ricardo, we have just a few minutes. There's a town here in Morelos called Coajomulpo. It is a natural recreational park. There's no internet, but they're using PM4R as posters and as a flip chart. That is inclusion. Many times we hear about digital transformation, and the best solution doesn't have to be the most expensive and most complex. An Excel, a flip chart is the best agile solution we can find in the market. Just perfect. We'll begin with the questions here. Here we have the first one. It's a pleasure to greet both Ricardos. As part of the PMI, I have the PM4R certification. For both, it's a pleasure. The efforts that are being done by PMI, in this case, I kick off, as Ricardo was saying, Ricardo Triana, to democratize, and also with the MOOCs that the IDB offers. How can we help here with all the leaders that we have so that this can be democratized in more governments and more businesses and more sectors, and to get that agility and to have inclusivity, but also for the implementation to be agile? How can we help the two of you? Well, we don't know how to sell bread. We're very bad at saying that we sell projects. It is boring, technical. You have to know about agility or about this other method. And in fact, what we should be selling is saying, this is basic knowledge. Every one of us does projects. We speak of a concept of a project economy where we say everything is done through projects. Create one thing and prove what you already have. That's a project, whatever name you give it. If that is true, then everybody should have knowledge and basic skills. If we start selling it like that, as if it were something normal, in academia, in children, and in entrepreneurs, and we say, you must know this. I don't know whether you want to get certified. If you want to do it, that's good. But it is not the goal. When we start selling it like that, when we start saying we have to work amongst all of us, it doesn't matter if you are in marketing or in sales or in suppliers, etc. It doesn't matter. What we need is to work and to have something. You get to know me, we understand each other, and we come to results. I believe that this is a way to do it. And a change in mindset. Something that Agustin said, in PMI we say we're not working for the young people, we're working with the young people. And changing that changes things completely, because we should be thinking like that. I'm not working for the government, I'm working with the government. I'm working with the others. And that inclusion changes, and it allows us to begin seeing that it's the same thing. What we need is different courses. Adding to what Ricardo was saying, we're totally focused on development projects. Then we're all agents of change. What are we doing with the bank and from the bank? And when we say from the bank, and I agree with Ricky, it is hand to hand. That is to say, we're there with the government, shoulder to shoulder. We have to be agents for change. What is the main challenge that we have? Fear. Fear of losing power, losing authority, for hierarchies to disappear. That is the main challenge that we have in the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. Being agile does not mean losing power. It does not mean not having control, completely the opposite. But in order to begin changing that, we are the agents of change that need to demystify and to show that, in fact, that we're not losing control and power, and that we're all looking for one same goal. If the supervisors are not aware of the fact that the teams they have working with them have to be happy, they must have confidence, they have to be sure and safe in order to talk, to fail, to improve, and to propose, then these teams will not move forward. And we see this every day. I cannot give examples or put labels, but it's very sad to see the frustration of teams because their supervisors don't give them space. They don't worry about them. But in the teams where the supervisors does worry about the teams, become high performance, high yield teams. And the other day I had a study that is sponsored by PMI. These different teams are high performance teams. So these supervisors that I hope are listening to us give an opportunity to agility to the people to do things differently. We have just a brief minute, very short. I'm glad to see that these initiatives, in order to develop this talent, to respond to quick changes through your methodologies. My question is, to do this truly in a democratic way, what should the IDB do for that inter-American reach and to reach the millions of young people that come out of universities, graduate from thousands of universities, and that are missing those skills? Because talking about regions in the world, Latin America is the one that is lagging behind on these issues. So what strategy do you have in order to do this, like the Monterrey Tech? What happens with the thousands of universities that we have in the countries and that don't have this? What a good question. Thank you. One of the things we do is the reason why we're here today. We believe in development, the development that is produced on the ground, on site. It is not in the headquarters of most of the international organizations. We are with the people. And how do we do this? With open knowledge and free for everyone. Knowledge of the IDB and BIDAcademy, as I told you, and you can have access to it for free. And if you want certifications, we always have open scholarship programs so that no one will have a hurdle to have access to that knowledge and be certified, as we have in PM4R. Constantly, we're promoting from the countries with universities, and concretely in PM4R and with the BIDAcademy, that huge umbrella that we have. We are with one of the indications that we have, which are the ambassadors of the BIDAcademy. We're getting to all those institutions, not only academic universities, educational organizations that are not universities per se, institutions, foundations, and all those that by being smaller doesn't mean that they don't play a role in development even more powerful. And more specific, unique, so that they can have access to all these things. So it is a process, and we're increasingly getting further or farther. Agustin, we need to put an end to this. You start late, and on top of everything, we must finish. We in PMI have chapters and a whole set of volunteers. Just to give you an idea, we have 700 in the world, 18,000 volunteers in the world. The idea is through volunteers to reach universities, to talk to organizations, to do things with social projects, because one flower does not make a summer or a bird. And that's why we work with partners such as the IDB, the tech. A sparrow does not a summer make. We work together with the force that we already have with what the IDB is doing, what the tech is doing, and what others do. We can reach many more people to have an impact. So joint work is very relevant. To me, it is not PM4R versus what the certification says. They're complementary. What we're saying is the same. We're getting there through different paths, and welcome all that joint work. That is the point. The more we do that, the more we make a difference. We have a pilot here in the tech in Cuernavaca, and we will repeat it soon so that the students will have access to these methodologies. You're taking the words out of my mind and my mouth. We have 3 flowers here, those that are gathered here because we need a garden. And that is why all those who are watching us now are watching the 3 institutions, because we have strategic partnerships and because we don't work on our own. We complement each other. That's the key. The IDB on its own cannot make a difference and make the change, and not the tech. Getting together, everyone getting together and working shoulder to shoulder so that we can improve lives and reach everyone. Okay? We will have to close here. On the screen, you will see a QR code so that you can download the digital credentials that has been created for this session. It's important that all of us, with our cameras, we download the QR code, and it will be projected by our colleagues up in headquarters, the QR code that you can see now on the screen, in order to download our digital credential. And that digital credential, and later on we can share this on social media or anywhere else, and that the bank is promoting strongly.
So all of the courses, all of them have these certification credential. So we just want to leave you that message. We're all a part of the Agility Club. And Veronica, I don't know if you're there. Otherwise, we'll just continue the discussion. You're now a member of the Agility Club, the inclusion. Yes, thank you very much for being with us, Agustin. And thank you very much for this very fruitful discussion that we had with Mexico. Now we're going further south. We have Morgan Doyle from the IDB representative or the country office at the Getulio Vargas Center in Sao Paulo. Morgan, you have the floor so that we can now begin the discussion with the audience. And thank you very much for linking up with this innovation and entrepreneurship link. So the world is connected to Latin America and the Caribbean. So it's really exciting for us to be able to connect with you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here mediating this panel. We are here at Getulio Vargas Foundation in the city of São Paulo, participating in the Knowledge Week. I would like to start by thanking everyone's participation and also Getulio Vargas Foundation for bringing us closer to this very important audience. Students, those who are building their career, those who are willing to know more and to contribute to this topic of today, that is the overall productivity of the economy and how we can impact the increase of productivity for the well-being of the population. First, I would like to say that the promotion of digital economy and the support to small and medium businesses is in the core of our 2025 vision, and to reheat the economy here in the region. This is a very dear topic to us. Our purpose is to improve this context that invites us all to think and discuss together. The city where we are today has the biggest, by far, the biggest innovation environment, several unicorns, several amazing initiatives, a city that is in the forefront of innovation and advanced technologies, using big data, using artificial intelligence, and proving that by means of the most amazing use cases. But when we think of the micro, the small and medium-sized companies in this region, we see that there are lots of opportunities, lots where technology and innovation could be applied. So it's two different perspectives. It is the fourth city in the world in terms of number of fintechs, lots of developments and advancements in this city, but still a large part of the economy that is still pretty rudimentary in terms of how technology is applied. What is the role of an institution like the IDB? And this is why we also invite students so that we can think together. We are certain that our journey forward includes the incorporation of technology and a clear vision of what the opportunities are for us to benefit from modern technologies. This is why we, the IDB, have approved $195 million focused on small and mid-sized companies to connect with the production network so as to benefit from this dynamic city, this dynamic environment in Brazil. A more digital Brazil is part of our beliefs that led to the funding for this amazing dynamic people. Brazilians are very dynamic and skilled in terms of making the best use of technologies. And so our support is focused on supporting innovation that is very dear to us, that will help us go further and also to benefit more people. Our motto, our motion is improve lives. This morning in the city of São Paulo, I visited the hospital, the clinical hospital of the University of São Paulo, and they have a very strong work in terms of innovation. So we paid them a visit because they're also benefited from a partnership with the IDB, and they work with telemedicine so that more distant areas of the state can benefit from diagnostics that can be made from the capital city. This is why it is so important to be here with all of you and with these two very distinguished colleagues that are here with us. So I will start by asking my dearest colleagues to make a presentation, but like a tweet, very brief, very direct. 280 characters? Well, that's the longer version. I think we also have Maicon in the screen remotely connected to us. So could you introduce yourself, Maicon? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Doyle. Thank you, IDB, for the invitation, and thank you for hosting this event. So a very brief introduction. My name is Maicon Stahelen. I work for the Ministry of the Economy. I am Under Secretary of Digital Transformation. And what we do here is we have policies to offer direct supports to the production system in those topics. Our work is focused on the increase of productivity of small and mid-sized companies, but we also work supporting startups and also the internationalization of startup companies. We also support intellectual property measures, but I will have a chance to talk more about that. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for being with us, Mike. And now, Mariana Sampaio. Thank you, GV Foundation. Thank you, the IDB. I am Mariana Sampaio, a member of the public administration in the government of São Paulo. I've been Undersecretary of Technology and also of Economy and Planning, meaning I've worked with those who want to innovate and those who have to deal with the limited funds for that end. I am also a PhD candidate, and my topic of research is democratic innovation. Rodrigo? Good afternoon. Thank you all for the invitation. We from Fraunhofer are very happy and proud to be part of this moment. I am the director of the German Fraunhofer Society here in São Paulo, and we are world leaders in applied research. We have 3 billion euros in our budget focused on innovation. Our Fraunhofer model is also used here in Brazil for the industry. If you don't know Fraunhofer, they're just amazing. I highly encourage you to check their website. They do an amazing work. So it's 3 very different perspectives and very skilled and knowledgeable perspectives to discuss the topic here with us today. So we will start with a round of questions. I kindly ask you to limit your answers to perhaps 5 minutes. And I'll start with you, Mariana. How do you see the importance of these new innovation technologies for Brazil, not only São Paulo, for the country? How do you see that as a priority in Brazil? They are key, as long as we keep in mind that they are the means for something else. Because if we think of innovation and technology for the sake of innovation and technology, we end up adding that to outdated processes. We do not train people to use modern technology. So then it's technology for the sake of technology. Maybe it will add in terms of accessibility or transparency, but it will not mean an increase in terms of productivity. However, technology to redesign processes, to reduce Brazilian bureaucracy that is really very substantial, to empower people, to train people, and then based on a redesigned process that is designed for the use of technology, then that's what our purpose is. Then that's when productivity will indeed be increased. So it is key as long as we keep in mind that it should not be an end in itself. Very important and very clear answer. So I would like to ask you to respond also. Well, after Mariana's remarks, I don't know if I have much left to say, but I would like to say that small and mid-sized companies must improve and increase productivity, must generate more value. So innovation should be a means to achieve that. And always thinking of the end user and the end consumer. That is in the nature of the Industry 4.0. And that is to raise data, collect information, improve transparency of processes, products, and services so that we can identify bottlenecks. So if a study is part of a bigger project that allows for quick responses, then it is really important, but it should always be with the target of the end user and consumer. What about you, Mike? you, in the perspective of the government, how do you see the importance of new technologies, new innovations, any federal policies that you would like to share with us? There's two remarks I would like to make. Productivity of the Brazilian economy is quite low, and it has been quite low for several years. So if we compare with the average productivity, considering the GDP, we are perhaps 25% of that of the United States, 27% of that of Korea. We are even behind some of our neighbors here in South America. And there is research showing the direct connection between technology, innovation, and also practices in industries and production. It's even more serious when it comes to small companies. We should work so that small and mid-sized companies can adopt, absorb technologies so as to be more productive. And I was talking to some colleagues the other day here in the ministry, and I said exactly what Mariana just said, innovation as a means and not as an end in itself. I joined the government in 2013, and I've worked with startups for quite a while. And in the beginning, we saw that even large companies always in contact with startups focusing on innovation, but just because innovation was something trendy, and in the end it was innovation for the sake of innovation. I find it important to say what Mariana has just said. Innovation should be pursued to improve productivity, to benefit consumers, to increase productivity. So innovation is a means for you to achieve those objectives. And innovation should be used based on problems and bottlenecks that have been identified by the companies. What we have been working on here in the ministry with some strategic partners, now more recently with the National Bank of Development, it is a federal program that stemmed from a previous experience of 2016 when Brazil seemed to be more productive. And the focus of this program is to give technical and financial support for these companies so that partners like the SEBRAE and similar institutions can offer the technical resources for those companies to adopt concepts like lean manufacture, smart factory, Industry 4.0, always with the aim of supporting companies so that they learn about tools, the most basic technologies like process management and customer relation, digital marketing, as far as more advanced ones like the Industry 4.0. That is the focus of the program, grabbing small companies by the hand and bringing them along so that they can incorporate these technologies, because the benefits are very significant, and some of the companies have achieved over 20% of productivity increase by means of these federal programs in sometimes 2 to 4 months. This is a quick improvement at a reasonably low cost, and this is what this program has brought to SMEs. That's the focus, using technology to increase productivity. Thank you very much, Mike, and it is very clear the impact that those efforts have had. And now we have our distinguished guest who's doing her PhD program here at this institution. So I would like to use her presence here and to ask the students to engage in the discussion, because at the end of your period here, this is where you should also aim to be. So Mariana, how do you believe local governments can have impact, can help use the human resources to impact productivity? Well, you know, I have a bias in terms of how local governments can have strong impact. I believe we have the #1 asset when it comes to innovation, that is the people. People live in cities, and local governments, municipalities are closer to the people. And this is why it is easier for us to understand what people's needs are. We don't have to go very far to be in contact with the people. That's where we are. And this is how we can learn more to help governments improve their actions. I believe local governments have improved their actions, have been able to simplify, streamline the opening of businesses, because we know that that can be a hurdle to entrepreneurs. Bureaucracy can really be significant, and it is up to local governments to help reduce that. And all the licenses in terms of construction works, it is also the role of the local governments to make it accessible. This is why I am a strong supporter of local governments, and I do hope all of you, the students here, join the local governments. That's where you will first witness the result of your work. And instead of being far away, high up in the federal government, I think the cities can have very strong impact and can do very beautiful work. I agree. We have recently done a digitization study with the government of the city of São Paulo recently, a few weeks ago, and we saw that there was an improvement of an increase of 75% in agility as a result of that action. So I agree, local governments can have very strong impact. What Mike said in terms of increase in productivity is very true, but still there are thousands and thousands of job openings in technology areas that can't just be fulfilled. There is this scarcity, and when we think of companies and governments, there is a very strong need of human resources in technology areas. This will be key for a true increase of productivity. But you, Rodrigo, and Fraunhofer Institution, would you share your perspective in terms of what you can do to improve productivity? We are part of the innovation environment. What we do is innovation that is science-based. That is why our projects are usually of 3 or 4 years, but as a result, we reduce the time to market of what industries are doing. Our actions, they are a consequence of real demands. We do not try to solve imaginary problems. We work to solve problems that affect people, that affect companies. In the German system, there was a study from 2016 to 2020 that showed that for each euro invested in Fraunhofer, we give 21 euros back. It is a huge leveraging, and 4 euros back to the governments, 21 euros back for the economy as a whole. We were able to generate 380,000 full-time jobs in 4 years. So our relation of this increase is a company that enters into a contract with us has an increase of 1.3% in revenues and 0.8% in productivity. How do we do that? By reducing prices because of the use of technology. But when I say innovation, it's innovation that takes some time, that demands people's support, but then we are able to reach every field. The mirrors of James Webb satellite were manufactured by us. So those robots there in Mars today, they were developed by us. MP3, MP4, they were all developed by Fraunhofer together with the industry. These are the benefits that the society can enjoy from our work, because the society is always involved in what we do. We act in B2B, B2C, and B2G, because there's also government monies to foster applied research. So this is just an overall of what we do at Fraunhofer. Lots of what we do is focused on SMEs. And now in Brazil, we are in a partnership with CNI, the National Confederation of Industries. And we are working, and we have just entered into a new 5-year contract. When Maiken said that they are working with those institutions, that's what we do also. We say we are always working hand by hand with them. The transformation of innovation in the industry, that's very clear. We understand that it's in the core of what we've done, and that has the utmost importance. But now, those who are here with us, please, if you have any questions, feel free to send them to us, to ask the questions. We will be glad to address them. In your speech, you said something very important, partnerships. And partnerships should also attract students' attention so that they see how collaboration can be positive. Anything you'd like to add in this regard, Mariana? Partnerships are key in terms of increasing productivity. Partners from the private sector, the third sector, they give us more agility. Also when it comes to recruiting, because the government has much more rigid regulations. There's some authors who say that in the government, innovation is best case scenario legal, nothing beyond that. The partnerships with the private sector are key, but that doesn't mean we don't need a strong presence of the government, because we need regulations to these partnerships. We need the government to determine how those services will be rendered when it comes to PPPs, for example. We need also the government to monitor all this work. I cannot envision a world without a strong government, a strong capacity of the state to ensure efficiency. This is a major challenge today, that is the law of public service users. It is simply not complied with. I challenge anyone here to show that their rights in terms of public telecommunications are being respected. So these partnerships are key, but we need a strong presence of the government to regulate that.
I fully agree. We have a TCU IADB partnership to promote the purchase of innovation within the public sector, as it was very eloquently put. It is very hard sometimes for the public sector to innovate because they are somewhat fearful, but we have to work with the TCU and come up with a number of mechanisms and that have been pre-authorized so that the public sector can acquire innovation. If you go to the shelf to take care of that, that is not going to happen. So we have to have this idea of promoting innovation in the public sector so that we can resolve the problems in society. So this is about the idea that I was talking, which is the Innova HC, which is the largest hospital complex in Latin America, to have a unity that is fully specialized in finding innovation so that they can meet the demands of the patients. So, Maicon, can you talk about your view in partnerships and how we can walk together hand in hand, inviting the students to take part in this journey? Yes, sure. I think it's essential. And we have a program in Brasil Base, which is many of the initiatives we have in our ministry, which is the joint efforts that were conceived like that. We started this program in the ministries, in the Senai, and with industrial development. And when we started thinking about the expansion of the program, we brought SEBRAE and in the Institute of Technological Research in the state of São Paulo. We had 2 projects going on with them so that we could rely on experts for smart tech and digital innovation. So we had IPT and also the World Economic Forum helped with experts. And I think that about 1 or 2 years ago, they started an affiliated center here in São Paulo. And also this is an initiative we started here in São Paulo with other private enterprises that are associated with the Forum Center that helped us develop the 2 methodologies I mentioned. We also had the BNDES and the IADB as a partner also. And pegged to the program, we will bring to us a tool that the IADB developed in other countries, like, for instance, Chile and other countries in Latin America. They call it chequeo digital in Spanish. We call it a digital checkup in Portuguese, which checks the digital maturity for small enterprises. And they check, and there is a feedback regarding some of the pillars and levels and how the enterprise can improve. So we have this partnership with the IADB And we're going to wrap this up and we're going to use it in our program, and it's available to any other company so that they can make use of it. As the result of that, partnerships are essential, as Mariana was saying. It's very cool to work with the mayor, with the city, but also with federal government. There's no competition here. We have very good people to cover all the vacancies, but I agree with Mariana that things happen within the municipality, within the states, and we try to coordinate with different initiatives. Through our ministry, we coordinate partnerships, local partnerships, as I mentioned, and also we try to check the results, because even though we have the partnerships with SEBRAE and the SENAI in Brazil, they coordinate initiatives. They are the focal point. They take place actually within the states, who take care of content, training, technical support, consulting for the companies that are located in the states. So we try to establish this contact. I do it myself, and we go to the state of São Paulo, state of Paraná, Santa Catarina, so that we are in touch with the companies and see how the results are evolving on a daily basis. You talked about acquisition, and you talked about partnerships with the IADB, with TCU, and the complement that was launched. And we were aware of it. And on Monday, we launched a portal, which is a portal that is with a partnership with IADB that has the idea of supplying information to the government at all sorts of levels, federal, state, municipal, so that there can be innovative acquisitions. We have the Hubitech for technological companies and with very good content. And this new initiative is important for us to offer a new, more focused content. We had last year a legal framework for startups, and we have the public acquisition of innovative solutions. It's a new tool that is being used by many city governments, and it's very useful for gaining flexibility so that all the level of governments can acquire innovation. So the idea is not just say, I want to buy a cell phone, a computer, or a service. I need to resolve a problem, and whoever has the solution will present them so that the government can choose what to do. So the focus is on the problem and not on the nuts and bolts. It's society, it's the market. Sometimes I do not know what the solution is, but this is a way of establishing a partnership. This idea was something that Einstein came up with. It's madness when you keep doing the same thing, trying to achieve different results. So asking for startups and companies to provide solutions is a huge step forward. I would like to summarize the kind of dynamics behind this meeting. And this is a question I'm going to ask the three of you as how is it that young university students can engage with this dynamics and this transformative change? What are the recommendations you would give to these young people who are seeing this transformation, all this changing scenario? What is the recommendation you would give to students? I think there are many different ways. I would think it would be very pretentious to say there's only one way to do that. Research, academic research, publications, papers, dealing with these problems within the academia, providing solutions to problems. Academia has a role in resolving problems. So this has to do with where your heart is. I have to say, I like the public sector, but if you want to have your startup to work with the public sector, okay, it's going to be hard work. But if you want to work with a major company that is outsourced by the public sector, fine. So that is also your trainee program and your paid job, and to see if you like what you're doing. So I am biased because I really like the public sector. I understand everything from the perspective of the public sector. So people don't have to be like me. There are many other ways of doing this. So I'm going to try to use the door that is opened by the public sector, and I'm going to talk about it from the private sector. We have 2 trainee jobs open with marketing and engineering, but business administration also. So anybody who likes to apply, you can. And we're joking, but I would like to go back and talk about partnerships. There is only one Fraunhofer because there is a university and there is an industry. So when you see a Fraunhofer, you will see that there's university, academia, and industry, and the faculty and the heads of departments are working together or are occupying the same spaces, and the bachelor or the undergraduate studies or graduate studies are a result of that. My PhD led me to understand the graduate and undergraduate system. And the idea is, as you said, I have a problem either in the public sector or the private sector. And the idea is you have to take a risk, because solution only happens when you try something different. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. We are a generation that will have a very long life. So I think that we can do many different things. You can work in the academia, you can work in the public sector. I think you can have multiple perspectives. Michael, would you like to say something about that? No? I actually would just like to add what Mariana and Rodrigo have said. I agree with Mariana in the power of transformation within the government. I've been working for the government for 9 years. We always do our best to have the best impact or the largest impact possible, whether at federal level or not. I see the possibility of establishing partnerships for innovation so that the market provides the innovative solutions for the government. We have been opening up for the government with initiatives to train personnel within the government. We have this innovation that is external to us, but we have to bring it to the government. Even though this is met with resistance, we are seeing this happen, not as quickly as I would like, but still. And thinking about the opportunities that technology offers to us, we think about students. Technology is here to stay. We have to think about education, about continuing education. I think there is a lack of qualified workforce in the world, in Brazil, actually in this area of information technology. Even in engineering and other areas in information technology, our context here in the government with companies, this is a very difficult problem for those who are interested and have the aptitude. They can have this mindset. I started, in my case, working as an industrial engineering. I could not work with calculus, and I ended up having a degree in journalism, and I'm working with innovation. So I know it's not easy, but there are opportunities, and it's worth trying to find the skills that are inherent to us, because there is opportunity for those who so wish to pursue. I used to work with lean manufacturing, and I would like to say that there is a digital waste. Many companies, they make the investment, but they don't have the qualified professional, but they do it just because it's fashionable, it's the trend. So there are two types of professionals: those who know digital technology. Okay, so I'm gonna take this lead, and I think there are many people here who started with one area and then moved to another subject area. You don't know what is going to happen in the future. You know that communications, technology, and some of the skills will always be useful. Someone started as an engineer and now works with innovation. So there are many examples like that. We don't know where we're heading, but if you have a set of tools that will be useful, this is quite clear. This will apply to wherever you are, here in Brazil, in China, wherever. So certain things will always be needed. You don't think so much of a profession, but the capacity to write well, to communicate, to take care of metrics. All of this will always work. And here you are in a high-level educational center, and it's a privilege regarding the average in the world and in the region. So I'd like to encourage you to talk and think about of the public sector and a little bit about the private sector. But you have to understand that you have something to give back to society. You are at the right place. You are going through a very beautiful path to get here, and Brazil needs these skills. So there's a question. So people were asking about real-time decision making, and the question has to do with adoption by the private sector, and if bureaucracy would be a hurdle, and what would be the strategies so that we can promote the digital transformation within the public sector, like the cities, the federal government, municipalities, so that we can reap the benefits. You also talked about industry and private sector. I think the biggest challenge is to manage the change. When I was Assistant Secretary for Technology, I would call our secretariat the secretariat to manage change. But when I say, okay, let's go through change, Rodrigo, and Rodrigo says, no, you go take care of someone else. People don't like change. Everybody's talking about innovation, technology, but whenever you say we're going to do something different, they are ready to jump on your throat, and they say, no, there's this woman coming up and just after us again. So you have to have a certain level of empathy with the public sector, because as change is very difficult, there is a very cumbersome bureaucratic structure and rights and safeguards. We are dealing with rights, and we can't be changing things because there are institutional safeguards in places. So this person working for the public sector has mapped his whole career or her whole career, and all of a sudden you see that there is a political drive and resources. We can come up with a new design using your experience, because the public sector is not ill-intended. It just hopes to have the same thing always. So we have to manage change, engaging the public sector. And when people join you for innovation, things flow easily, but you have to think that this person has to gain something, because it's an exchange. So we have to find out. So the citizen, it takes a citizen more than 100 days to open a company. So you would like it to happen in 5 days. So what is it that is needed? So this respectful dialogue is very productive. We have done this oftentimes. It's not very easy. It's not always that the person who is around will accept it, but once one is successful, there is a word of mouth. And when we started our work in 2017, nobody wanted to work with us. So we started from within. We had a huge success. So there were a bunch of other bodies and entities that wanted to work with us. But in order to create this institutional culture, it takes time. I was a consultant for industry in continuous improvement. Nothing changes.
Parce qu'en
We're
fin de
all
compte, on est
human
tous des
beings,
êtres
and
humains. On
the
travaille.
problems are the same, but the zip code is the only thing that changes. You
On
always
essaye en
try to
permanence de
convince people
convaincre.
to do something because someone else did something before
Parfois, on
and it didn't
dissuade, on
work. So you
décourage.
have to remove the hurdles. But you have to have mobility. If it doesn't work, you regroup. But there are some key people who know the process, and the person who is the leader is the one who is aware of the problem. So there are issues of regarding soft skills, communication. the technology you bringing in, they have to be accepted so that you can implement changes. You have to attract the people every week. Within our company, we try to come up with indicators, we try to come up with metrics, and the feedback has been great. It's not easy, but we're always trying to improve, and that's what you're trying to do. And this is the challenge. This is how we manage change. So this mindset towards innovation, approaching the world, thinking this is my job, I am going to do my job, and also think about how I can change and do it better and do it differently, and with the future in mind, so that this becomes exponentially more effective. And this is a lesson that we have to give to the students. How can I be an agent of change wherever I am, in industry, federal government, municipal government, wherever you are? How can you make a change? How can you make a difference? So this is, I think that within this top-notch panelists, they are always thinking how they can be an agent of change, which is what we want in the world. We know that there are many challenges in the world. Things aren't good, and we have to think differently so that we can actually make a change and make people's lives better. And I think that this is what brings us together. So someone asked the question, what do I do to make the best of all of this? Is this mindset to approach the world thinking about how I can leverage my knowledge, my network, in the soft skills that I have. We talk so much about this, it's somewhat abstract, but you have to know how to negotiate, how to engage, how to motivate. This is not easy, and this is another very specific recommendation I have. I would like to ask our panelists to say a few things just before we wrap up. I would like to thank all the questions and my colleagues here in this panel. It's a huge pleasure to be here in this top-notch panel. I'm feeling really top-notch. I think that I defend the increase in productivity in Brazil, in Latin America. I came back to Brazil so that I could help. I think I have a major role, which is applied innovation. I can help Brazilian society and the world in general to improve. I would like to thank for the invitation and encourage you to work for the public sector. We live in a country that is just burdened by inequality. I was walking here, there were people begging for money, and then I am here in this fabulous hotel. I don't think this world is normal because my parents live like that, my grandparents live like that. Please be the people who want to do things differently. And the life in the public sector is built brick by brick. It's more or less the same day, one day after the other. So there's a lot of repetition, but you have to believe that each brick you lay down is going to make a difference in inequality. I would like to add to what Mariana said. Please come work to the public sector, not just the municipal, but federal. public sector. I agree with what has been said, but I would like to highlight what we have said before, just to wrap up. Regarding productivity and how to increase it, I see two sides. You talk about the costs outside of companies, bureaucracy, taxes, what we call the Brazilian cost, and there are many problems to be resolved, and we also have to turn our gaze within the company. And with the Brasil Mais program, I see that we are turning our gaze within so that we can consider also everything that's happening in the macroeconomics. We have to think about how we can adopt technology, improve something the way it's done like that. There's a lot of resistance. It's normal. It's a hurdle, but we believe in demonstration as we carry out these changes and we measure the results and we show these results. So when people see the actual results, so we have to talk about results because sometimes people lose track of results. So it's very important to measure results, whatever they are, and show very clearly what that is. In the pilots we talked about, I have seen this. Once we measure and show the results, most people realize it has worked and it makes sense to go ahead and look for innovation, adopting new technology, whatever. I think this measurement is very strong, remembering that we have to measure results, showing it's essential and showing that this has to be done now and in the future. Thank you very much, IDB, for the organization, the partnership. I really enjoyed meeting my panel companions. I feel it's a privilege to be part of such a highly qualified panel. We would like to thank you for sharing your knowledge and your time here with us. And with everybody who is here with us in this event, I would like to thank everybody and the panelists, and would like to invite all of you to learn more about what Frankhofen and the Ministry of Economics and the City of São Paulo is doing. They're our partners, and I can promise you that their work in innovation is extraordinary, and they are doing some amazing things here in Brazil.
From health to SMEs and every industry. So I highly encourage you to pursue this journey and keep this innovation mindset. This is what brings us all together. And I also urge you to think of the development banks like the IDB as a career. We highly appreciate the opportunity of benefiting from Brazilian innovation for Brazil, but also the world. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation, and be well, everyone.
Thank you, Morgan, and thank you to all those with us. We conclude this brief space. It was a travel and entrepreneurship that started in Cuernavaca, Mexico, and now concluded with Morgan and all those who were present in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we come back to Washington, D.C., to our headquarters at the IDB. I am at the Cultural Center. This is a space for creation and creativity, where besides we're going to connect now with a favorite part of many of our participants in the BIDAcademy. Let me remind you that you can write on our social media at IDB, on Twitter, as well as on Instagram. And we're broadcasting live in different languages on our YouTube channels. If you want to switch to other languages or share this with people who speak a different language, you can do that. And we're also broadcasting live on Facebook. I'd like to thank Agustin and Morgan once again for having moderated these conversations together with these experts. It's been a pleasure for the BIDAcademy to hear the questions from our participants, and we hope that the answers will inspire all of you to take action. Everything begins with an idea. It all starts with an idea. But now let's take a very short break, and we hope to see you back in a couple of minutes so that we can move on to our last blog for today. One of the favorites, a career fair. And why do I say that? Because you bring all these ideas and this transformation to think of you as an agent for change. What does that mean? How do you strengthen your professional CV? How do you prepare for the future of your work? How are you able to strengthen your CV and your strategies in order to be able to obtain that work, that position, which is your dream? We will begin in a couple of minutes, so we'll take a couple of minutes for this break, and then we'll come back.
Damos inicio a la feria carrera que
Let us begin the career fair that we've been following throughout this week. It's been considered as one of the favorite sections with our audience. Today, we'll delve into details about those elements that turn us into a CV that is much more robust and with impact. Let us listen to Mireya Cruz and Andres Arango, our IDB specialists, who will tell us more about their experience, and we'll invite you to review your strategies when submitting a CV and how to strengthen the CV. Let me go to them and let me follow Mireya and Andres. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome, everyone. Thank you, Veronica. We wish to extend to you the most cordial welcome to our career fair. We want to work with you on how to build the best recipe so that you can have the best CV in your hands and you can get as far as possible. My name is Andres Arango. I'm a specialist in human resources, diversity, and specialist. I'm new. I've been here for 2 months, but I'm very happy to be able to share this afternoon, not only with those who are following us from home, but also with Mireya. Mireya, welcome to the stage. And now I'll give you some time so that you can introduce yourself and people will get to know you. I'm delighted to be with all of you. My name is Mireya Cruz. I've been working for the IDB for 8 years. I'm from Venezuela. I work on recruitment, and I'm very happy to be here with you, sharing these tips so that you can submit your CVs to our apps. And I'm very happy also for being able to show you that we're dressed very much in key with a theme. We want to show that the bank, on top of everything else, is really worried about integrating the community and be able to show that we're an inclusive employer. So we are open to receiving applications from the entire community. And if you have friends or people you know who are part of the LGBTQ community, you can ask them to invite them to this section to hear all the tips. So welcome to share the link so more people will connect and they'll be with us this afternoon. And since we have a special recipe that we're following today, Mireya, tell us a little about this, because at home, everyone will be a chef. You will all be a chef for one afternoon. How does a chef get ready for this fair in order to build the same CV, the best CV? This will be like a cooking recipe. A good chef has to prepare everything ahead of time. Well, how can we prepare? The way in which you can do this is to have something to write on: pencil, paper, the old ways, or how. Well, the way you feel more comfortable. You can have a notebook, an iPad, the telephone, wherever, but take note of the tips that we will be sharing with you so that you can share your apps and your CVs and that you'll be successful. We'll start with the beginning. When you cook a recipe, it is important to have a context as to what the recipe is about. Tell us, Mireya, what is a CV? It might seem very obvious, but for those watching us, we can clarify what a CV is. Very simple, Andres. A CV is nothing else but the letter of introduction, who you are, what you bring with you, what do you offer, what your talent is, and what added value you contribute to the employer you aspire to work for. So this announces who you are. It is a way you sell yourself to this employer. It is very important that this be focused on what you want for the future, not fully and completely what happened in the past or what you didn't have in the past. So as a part of this experience, your CV shows your current picture of yourself as a professional. And therefore, it shows not only your grades, your academic grades, but also your experience in the workplace and everything you bring with you, which adds value to the position. Okay, tell us a little bit about this recipe that we're building today. Why is it important to follow this recipe? Why is a CV so important in the work life of the people watching us today? Well, Andres, not only because it is the way you introduce yourself, but also it will enable you to have a point of entry to this position that is of interest to you. So when you present your CV, you are showing something. That is to say, the added value that you bring with you. The ultimate objective in presenting the CV is not getting that position, but making yourself know how, getting to the interview. This opportunity is a golden opportunity, a brilliant opportunity, so that you can let these people know, the people who are participating in the interview, who you are and what your talent is. And also, it is extremely important to see this moment when you present your CV, because you can have contact with whoever is participating in that application for that position. It is also a golden opportunity so that you can expand your network of professionals, and obviously for you to be able to include those people who will be participating in the interview in your LinkedIn, as we recommended this on Monday during the workshop. Thank you, Mireya. And as in the restaurants, many times we get there, we see the menu full of different dishes. I would imagine that CVs are things that you've seen in your background many times at forums. Tell us what sort of CVs exist. That's a very good question, Andres. And people get confused with the design versus the types of CVs. In general terms, we have three models that exist. We have the chronological model, the functional model, and the last one is a combination of both. Obvious, since we have so many new professions, there are many novel things. There are CVs that are presented differently, but in general, they include the three components. And these models of CVs that are just like our strong dishes of this recipe will be made up by different ingredients. And talking about ingredients, Mireia, let us share this with our audience. What are the characteristics of each one of the CVs? Because the recipes are different. They have different ingredients. What characteristics do we find in these CVs? Well, we have the appetizer. Let's talk about the chronological CV. The chronological CV is very useful for many of the professionals. Why? Because it is presented in following an order where you will be talking not only about your experience in the workplace, but also academic grades, always showing the most recent, starting with the most recent to the oldest. So this CV is very useful for those who've had a linear career in their professional life, who have not had any space, any vacuum, or any gap where they had to stop working for whatever circumstances. So this model of a CV is ideal for those who have had a linear trajectory in their career and in what is needed in order to project. In this edition in particular is that we will be presenting what has been the development in our career without greater emphasis in the skills and the different professionalizations, changes in career that we've had or that we could have had. And we're missing a last one. Yes, we need two more. Okay, let's move on to the next recipe. This is really important, Carlos, very important. Why? Because the functional model is the one where you can use, that is to say, those people that for some reason had a break in their career because you're a woman, you had a baby, or because you practice some sports and you had an accident and you had to be absent, you were disabled for some time. So when you have these breaks in your career, this is the best CV that you can present. Why? Because it focuses on your skills, on your talent, on what you bring. So why this stands out, this part of the skills, you refer to everything that has to do with your experience in the workplace in different companies or different work exposures. And in addition to that, you include academic grades in which you've participated. So before you go on to the last one, the people who share with us on the chat, what is the CV that is most widely used of these two? What do we see in social media? And you will tell us about the last recipe. The last recipe, very simple. It is combined between these two. It means that out of these two main dishes, you choose the best ingredients in order to put everything together in one specific dish. So we can have a CV that mentions your professional experience, but it stresses and highlights your skills and the different components that stand out in this unique experience. So within that description, we include the skills that stand out for that time in particular, where we played a specific role. And in addition to that, we include everything that has to do with the name of the company, the year where we worked for that company, all that information that is specific to that experience. And obviously, in everything that has to do with the academic side of it, we include the information. And something that is important is that we highlight there what are the subject matters or the courses that are more relevant that are related to that position. So this model envisages a combination of both the models, the chronological and the functional, in order to combine both or blend them into one. And some people from our audience must be wondering and taking advantage of the expert chef that you are, what is your favorite CV? Share with us why this is your favorite. Well, I love it when I see a combined CV because it is easy to read, easy to understand the experience that is brought by this person, the talent that is highlighted, that stands out, and that the person is discussing it in the academic and personal side of it. So it's easy to read a combined CV, but it all depends on your reality. One would be better than another one. Okay, so you already know, those who are following us, identify what is the best CV in keeping with your needs and the type of position you are applying to. But in all recipes, salt and pepper, that is something that has to be present for the recipe to be perfect, as well as the rest of the ingredients. Tell us a little bit about those spices that can never miss in a recipe. Well, Andres, within these key ingredients, as you were saying, salt and pepper, I can present a perfect CV. I can have all the information very clear, very well structured, very well presented. But then I forgot how do they contact me? So salt and pepper in this case is my contact info, could be my telephone number, could be email. Remember, your LinkedIn information is very important because it will allow us as recruiters to see additional information about yourself, much more than what you can have on a CV. So your essential elements that should be included are obviously your name, your contact telephone number, your email, so that we can contact you, and the LinkedIn. There are people who also include their physical address, and this is important depending on where you're applying. We see that there's a model, and we have it as the third model of a CV that we're protecting, where the address is important if you're applying to a multilateral, if you're applying to a position outside your country, or to an international organization. So that gives an idea to the recruiter as to where you are located. What cannot happen, Andres, is that you include your email or the physical address of the office or the current employer that you have. Why? Because these are resources that belong to the company. So it's not well seen that we include the email for our employer. It has to be our personal email. Now, with these essential tips, this part is crucial in order to have a very good recipe of a CV. And we have a question. And like the menus in restaurants, many are full of pictures where you can taste and see what you want and what you want to choose in the restaurant. But in the case of the CV, what happens with pictures? Do you recommend pictures? Don't you recommend it? Because in many of our countries, and no doubt those who are watching us will have these CVs with pictures. What lies behind this? Should we do it or not? No, we shouldn't do that. There are certain countries where this is used, particularly in Europe, especially for the IDB group. We do not ask for pictures. We don't recommend that pictures be included. As a recruiter, I recommend not to do this in a general way unless they're requested in the application. Why not? Because a picture, when we attach a picture, we're activating the possibility of having a bias by the recruiter. So to the extent that we don't show a picture, it goes in keeping with our information. And ultimately, what we see as recruiters is your talent. We don't need to see how you look. So it is important for the picture not to be something that adds up to know whether you're the adequate candidate or not. And in addition to that, to share you that in the IDB group, we have an ongoing effort to avoid the biases in selection and recruitment processes. For these to be objective, we train permanently all those who are members of a panel so that they can deliver the best interview, and that to be rest assured that we're assessing their experience, their education, and this is a part of the process of a cultural change that we must see, not only at the IDB, but in all organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean. And tell us something, because we know that many a times in restaurants, we ask for an appetizer first or a main dish. What would be the first thing you include in our CV, and what should we include as an appetizer? In this recipe, the appetizer or the hors d'oeuvre is your summary of your professional profile. Nothing else that just a brief description, 3 lines perhaps, telling us who you are, where you stand out, X years of experience in XYZ areas, and then you will stand out of a group of 5 or 6 skills listed. What is important is that this is a summary of yourself. So this appetizer will allow the reader to know what they will find later on. Very good. In order to optimize these 3 lines that we have as an appetizer to our CV. And then we come to the main dish, the entree. What should we include in the entree or the main dish? And how can we make it shine, which is the information that will be read by the recruiter in our CV? In this case, our main dish is the professional experience and academic grades, your education. In these two components, the work experience, ideally what you describe, including the most recent experience and all the way down to the oldest. We must be consistent with the information we're presenting. It is very important because the structure of your professional CV, that tells you as a recruiter when you're reading how organized and how methodical the person is, how detailed description the person is when doing its work. So when you reflect this, following an order is important. So you should include the title, the position that you held in the institutions you worked for, the name of the institution, the country where it was located, the year and the month. That's really important because for us as a recruiter, it tells us how long you were in that position, working for that position with the roles that you're describing. And when you give us an overview of what you did in that position, it's important to highlight achievements and goals. If you can include that data to support your achievements, much better. And if by chance the title or the position is not widely known in the market, or the company is not so widely known, you can add perhaps one or two lines to describe that position or that institution. So we must include achievements and have a complete description of the different activities that were entailed in that previous work. Yes, and under academic achievements, we follow a structure, chronological order, the most recent to the oldest. And if you have pre-grad studies, it is not necessary to include the previous studies. Once you are going to college and postgraduate degrees, what is important is pre-grad and onwards because you're already university professional. So when you include the information, it's important to state the title, the institution where you studied, and the year when you began and when you graduated, or the tentative year for graduation. If you haven't graduated, you can include the tentative date. That is completely valid. If, as part of the studies, there was a subject matter that was linked to the position you're applying with, just say that you studied that subject matter for the recruiter to see that you are interested or you are related to that position that you're applying for. We get another question from the public, Mireya. They say, if I studied for this recipe in my CV, I have several studies, but maybe they're not strictly linked or related to the position I'm applying for. Do you recommend that we include it in that recipe, or that is an ingredient that shouldn't be considered? If it is formal education that we call pre-grad and post-grad, I do recommend that you include it. If it is a certification course or specializations or brief courses, I don't recommend that you include them if they're not connected to that and if they're really old, because certifications have to be updated. So typically, beyond the 5 years, it is not recommended because it is out of date. And for that information, the ideal section is not formal education, but another section, a separate section that we have in the CV. So you're getting very important, very relevant tips in order to build a successful recipe and be able to have the recruiter fall in love with it. Now, Mireya, tell us, how could we add another ingredient? What else should be included in this recipe besides the grades, the experience, achievements? What else could be found there? Just like any recipe, any good dish always has side dishes, and we have side dishes here. And the side dishes in this entree are the skills, the abilities, somewhat additional information that you can include. Do not forget that you should include everything that has to do with knowledge about computers, knowledge about a specific area, skills, or something that has to do with these abilities or skills, and languages. If you apply to a multinational, the language section is extremely relevant. Anything else that we're missing? One last section, which is optional, and we might include it or not. In this case, is whether we've had some awards, recognitions, if we have any publications. Some people have a lot, But remember, optimize, make the best use of the space. If you have a lot of publications and you're devoted to research and you have a whole lot of publications, don't include everything here. You can include a link to your LinkedIn page, and the recruiter can see what are the different publications in which you've been involved. And if you are a member of an institution, an entity, that is important information for your application, and you can also include it. Very interesting, because we start building slowly, little by little, the recipe. I hope that everybody's taking note of this so that you will take this as a guide. You'll go back home and you decide how you want to put together this recipe for your CV, and that you amend it for it to be much more attractive and get your dream job, and to include the characteristics that you're bringing to the recipe. And regarding the appearance of this recipe, they say that food, people fall in love with their eyes. This is what they say in our countries. And this also applies to the CVs, just exactly the same thing. When, as a recruiter, you see a CV with spelling errors, that is not well prepared, well designed, well structured, that has mistakes grammatically speaking, just like food is something that you fall in love with through your eyes, the appearance of a CV is also important. You have to be careful with the margins, grammar, spelling, not to use too many resources such as capital letters, underlined, bold. These are elements that help, but they have to be used in an intelligent way so as not to saturate the information and lead the reader to be glad about reading your information. In addition to that, it is very important, and this is a very important tip, Andres, that the verbs to be used are action verbs. There's a lot of difference between an action verb and a verb that maybe doesn't say too much, and it doesn't express so much about what the person has done in their professional career.
So it's important that you also focus on achievements and successes throughout your professional career that only includes relevant information. This means that if there's something that is not relevant for that position that you're applying for, just omit it. You're not lying about anything. You're just putting in what is considered of relevant importance for the position. Then the final tip that we leave you with is please be honest. That doesn't mean that I'm going to, if I'm omitting information, it doesn't mean that I'm dishonest. Now, if I invent something, then I am dishonest. If I decide what I'm going to put in, because let's say I don't have enough space and I want to emphasize a part of my career background compared to other because of what's needed for the position, then that would be advisable. And some of you might feel identify with this, that when we apply for the IDB, I remember in my case, I screened out what was ideal to be put into my CV, and that took time. So as we continued in our conversation with Mireya, remember that this requires time. You can't just do this in 1 hour. We need be able to refine and fine tune this resume. So devote more time so that you can again review and also maybe make some changes or adjustments to your resume. When we go to a friend's house, we may have a main recipe, but suddenly this other dish might appear. And that additional dish is what I'm talking about now, the cover letter, which is from the perspective of a recruiter who is receiving these recipes constantly. I think this is a nice added value. The cover letter might make the difference between success or not. It may be required or it may not be required. From my perspective, I recommend that you add it, but it's not mandatory unless the position requires a cover letter. So when we talk about the cover letter, as you said, it's basically one more additional dish. So we need to understand that this is a resource that we need to make sure we're smart in the way we use it. We're not going to repeat the same content that we have in the resume. We're going to add information that shows our motivation for the position that we're applying to. It's very, very straightforward. Sometimes people think that the cover letter is supposed to be lengthy, detailed. No, it's a very simple undertaking from that perspective. Maybe 5 paragraphs where you have an introductory, greetings, then 3 main paragraphs, and then the concluding paragraph. And in those paragraphs, the first paragraph that serves as an introduction, just you need to express the motivation and why you're interested in occupying that position. And you can also mention in this paragraph that is introducing in the cover letter, maybe repeat some specific key point, but then the rest of the body of the letter, that's where you highlight your talent, your background, and your skills that are the reason why you are adequate for this position. And you don't do this lightly. You need to sit down and carefully review it, digest it, analyze the content, and then you include the information that shows exactly what your skills and what your talents are that you're going to add to this job. And then the final paragraph is when you open the possibility and discuss the possibility of establishing future contact, and then you sign it. So it's basically a cover letter that's very straightforward. This is a dish that will hopefully whet the appetite of whoever's going to be reading it. Who do you feel comfortable when you're cooking and well, I like to cook for my family, for example. I like to cook for my friends. And well, I'm not an expert, but sometimes when we cook for our family and our friends, our objective is to make sure that they enjoy what we're doing, that they savor it. So I think here we need to think in the same terms. How can we make sure that of course, we're interested in getting the interview and getting the job, but what are we going to do to make them to like it? Well, when we look at the main dish that we're cooking, which is the interview, and it's very important, we are thinking about our ultimate target audience. Who is going to be looking at that resume? Well, it's going to be consisting of 6 key components: the contact information, a summary of your professional profile, your work experience, education, which is extremely important, also your skill set, and other information that may be applicable and of interest. This all needs to be included in your resume structure. Once you've come up with that final output, depending on it's going to depend on exactly who you're targeting this to. It's not a question that you're going to have one sent to everyone. No, you need to adapt it, just like you adapt your recipe based on who you're cooking it for. Are you cooking it for your family, your friends? Is it for a wedding? So we need to make those necessary adjustments for those special occasions. In this case, we're making adjustments that fit in the context of the employer, potential employer who's reading it. So also, you need to get a hold of someone, another set of eyes, a friend who can provide a feedback and ask how they view it. Because sometimes when we're cooking something, we may lose sight of some mistakes. So in this case, just as in cooking, you need to get a second set of eyes and another opinion. So you also, again, you need to get a feedback from the cover letter because they complement each other. And we need to make adjustments to both the letter and the resume, depending on who we are targeting this to, including making adjustments to our work profile. And when I save my information, I'm going to send it an application. I need to save it with my name, my first name, last name, and the year that I prepared this, because this will give me a record. So exactly who and where are we sending this information and the content? Great. I think we're doing pretty well so far with the recipe. And I think you're all going to enjoy it. When we read the ingredients and the tips, the cooking tips, it's going to be a lot easier. Here we have another question. Now, sometimes we begin to throw in other ingredients, thinking that it's going to be spicier or tastier. So what are the things that, should we not do? Well, again, don't include a photo. And there are other things that are not relevant when you're in the process of applying for a job and addressing your next personal, or for example, personal information is not relevant. Whether you're married or not, whether you have a driver's license, unless the position that you're applying for requires a driver's license, then the situation changes. If you have any hobbies, great. If you like certain activities, but if it's not relevant for the position you're applying to, then you don't really need to include it. Information regarding the number of children or who you're living with, none of that is relevant. That can be omitted from the contents. And in some of these recipes that we've seen over time, in many, you also include the salary range in their CV. Now, sometimes in the menu, you're going to see the price of the entree, but many you don't. Well, no, in the menu, you do see the price of the entrees. Now, in this case, and we're going to talk about, well, in the salary range, this is not the right time to mention that. We recommend that you not include a salary range, and then wait once you get into the negotiations, once you're already within the recruiting process, that's when you can start talking about the potential salary range for this position. That's when you can start thinking in those terms. The thing that counts now is that you need to present your skills, your talents, and how can they contribute to the organization. Now, regarding language skills, we're from many countries today, and many people who are watching us want to apply to the bank. So what would be the ideal language? Are there general rules for submitting a CV? That's a question that comes up quite a bit. Many people think that if they apply to a position for an IDB job in Latin America, then it's better that you submit the CV in Spanish. If you're going to submit your resume to headquarters in Washington, D.C., you send it in English. Well, that's not really true. You can submit the resume either in English or Spanish. It doesn't make a difference. But of course, the IDB has 4 official languages. And aside from English, Spanish, we have Portuguese and French. But within our human resources team, ideally, is that you submit the resume either in English or Spanish, so that it can be reviewed by anyone who involved in the office, because even though we have the 4 official languages of the IDB, not everybody speaks them. So just as in the recipes, when we need to understand, we need to know who our guests are. We know that the bank is multicultural with many languages, but this is information that'll help us to better understand how we can improve on the recipe. Well, you need to know that potential in the future employer. This is a very important element in the facing your next professional challenge. It's not just a question of submitting a resume. Do you identify with the organization? Where's the common ground? And once you get to know the organization and to see the team behind that job posting, then you're going to look at things, you're going to look at your own resume with a different set of eyes. In other words, your recipe as you forward that for that position. And I'm sure some of you have thought that when you prepare that resume, do I store it in CV format, or in PDF format, or in Word format? Well, PDF is the ideal format to save it. If there's some issues, you can also send it in Word format, but ideally is to save it in PDF, because then the information is already recorded, and there's no possibility of anything being changed within the process. So sending it in a PDF document is ideal. we have our human resources team, when they receive the these documents in Word and they move on to the next recruiting step, then we take the step of converting it into PDF so that we avoid any accidents along the way, any information that could be changed. So as we prepare, as we cook up our CD, we know that the people doing it are young. So what about when they're applying to entry-level positions where they don't have a lot of experience? What do you recommend from your perspective? How do we prepare the resume for that? Well, the bank has positions where we welcome people who don't have any work experience, including the internships. In internships, we don't require any work experience, and they're open for any students who are interested in working with us. So if you don't have work experience, then internships are your best option. If you have a little bit of work experience, you need to reflect that in your CV and show exactly what you've done. In this case, the volunteer activities are crucial. If you've done any volunteer work with very little experience, then you need to put that in your resume. And as we've learned to cook these and prepare these recipes, before we leave, are there anything else that you would like to say to our potential chefs? Well, we're just very pleased and ready to receive your resumes. We would love to get to know you. We'd like to hear about your interest in our institution, and we want you to know that we are an inclusive organization and we warmly welcome you and ready to bring on board people with any background that could complement our efforts. We believe in diversity, and we know that that makes the difference in the future. And just before I bid farewell, I would just like to say on behalf of the IDB that we welcome and value the applications from a diverse range of applicants. So we invite you to do it. Join us through the social media and work with the recruiters who are here to help. And if you would like to share this session, please do so. Thank you very much. Well, we now reach the end of our next to last day of the Knowledge Week activities. We now have tomorrow. So we're looking at working on developing innovation for Latin America, the Caribbean, and the public sector. We also hope that the advice shared today in our career fair will be useful for all of our audience members. And we're about to conclude Knowledge Week, but I would just like to remind you about some specific points. First of all, you can now download your accreditation, and that way you can say that you attended these events. In fact, you have the QR code on the screen that will help you in your digital experience and background. We had blue, dark blue, light blue, navy blue. Yesterday, we had, again, light blue, and today it's a different color. That way you're going to have all of the badges, different colors. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about climate change, and we will then have our grand finale. So we're going to be looking at these areas that include research, panel discussions, working together with the IDB Academy for this to be possible. Secondly, we have resources from the private sector and these are publications in addition to the online courses for all of the entrepreneurs. Some of them were asking on the social media, so how could they learn about getting these access to these initiatives that drive IDB Invest and IDB in their efforts. So please go to the IDB Academy webpage and you'll find a lot of resources that are free of charge in the agenda section that is in the lower part of the screen. And don't forget to please fill out the satisfaction survey. We want your opinions and your feedback because this is going to help us to continue to improve these experiences and improve our edition for next year. So tomorrow we conclude the event and we will officially graduate. We're going to cover one of the most urgent issues, climate change. So in fact, you can see on the screen the speakers we have scheduled for tomorrow. Any agenda, any project that we propose needs to include the environmental footprint. Development goes hand in hand with climate change initiatives. So we're going to see you tomorrow, and you can please download your credentials. You can do it on the social media, LinkedIn, and you can also download that excellent recipe on preparing successful resumes. And now you can add your credentials to these to your resume. So just go into hashtag IDB Academy and at IDB Twitter, as well as Instagram. You can find our LinkedIn profile and also begin to establish valuable contacts. So we're going to see you tomorrow. We conclude our next to last day with in a very exciting way as we move toward.
Es tiempo de mirar hacia adelante, de reimaginar el presente y futuro. Es hora de explorar, debatir y sorprenderse. La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región. Es tiempo de mirar hacia adelante, de reimaginar el presente y futuro. Es hora de explorar, debatir y sorprenderse. La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región.